Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a bit of precedence, a bit of case law, as I like to say it. It's actually funny. People make fun of me because I tend to come down hard and negatively towards, lawyers and legalese and all that fun stuff. But I use legal terms all the time. It's because I'm secretly evil. Yeah, no. Today, we're going to be playing a randomizer, the very, very first time. Now, this is something that was actually presented as a hypothetical quite a while ago, actually. And I realized that all of the precepts of doing a review could still apply to the randomizer. We just apply it to the randomizer rather than the game in question. And I was kind of down for the idea because there are certain specific randomizers that I totally really love doing. There's the Ori and the Blind Forest one. There's the Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise. There's an FF6 one. There's a Chrono Trigger one. There's, of course, the Super Metroid one. And, the granddaddy of them all, the one we're covering today, which is why we'll be using this one as our precedent center for exactly how we're going to review, as Lord Haramont says, what is, for all intents and purposes, a fan hack. This is not our first time reviewing a mod, believe it or not. We reviewed a Breath of Fire 2 mod. We reviewed Enderall before. There was actually an LTTP hack we reviewed a very long time ago, before we had the current system set up at all. Stuff like that. And so this isn't technically our first precedence on doing a mod. What this is, however, is our first precedence in really sitting down and reviewing something that isn't really connected to the game per se. Because all of the review thing, we're not going to be covering like the visuals of the game unless there's something that was added by the mod. We're not going to be covering the enemy design unless it's something that's affected by the mod. So essentially all of the elements of the review that are linked to the past are not a part of this review. Only the elements that are directly connected, the parts that are glued by the mod, aka the randomizer. Yeah, so Mike Romano asks, what about story? That's a very good question. There is no story access here. None. Doesn't exist. So for something like this, we're actually going to do something extraordinarily unprecedented and just remove the story access, because there is no story access to this. It cannot exist. So, here we are. Now, I would get started, but unfortunately, Pancakes and Talia Zed both want to shoot me in the face. So, because of the aforementioned face shooting, I'm going to have to pause here and say some thank yous. Here, while we wait, let's see if this finished happening in the background, because I had something going. Okay, yeah, no, hang on. uh, this should be fine. This dumb thing. Yeah, it is Blade Turtle, absolutely. I'm still curious, and I still want to see what we're going with this. And I've already mentioned several randomizers I would be okay with adding to the list, assuming this turns out to be, worth a darn, which it may or may not be. Either case, does the randomizer include keys? That's a good question. We haven't actually decided that yet. But more accurately, yes and also no. Thank you, Pancakes. Very much. Always appreciate. I will jot that down. I was thinking about doing that Blade Default because, yeah, the calculations here are obviously going to be different because there's literally a whole axis that doesn't exist. So Pancakes is putting that towards Lords of Magic Special Edition and Star Trek Resurgence. You got it. Resurgence. I can spell, I swear. And then Talia puts it towards Dune, Spice Wars, Stranger of Paradise, and which System Shock? I'm sorry. Either way, thank you, Talia. And thank you, Pancakes, very much. Both of you. Always appreciate. Looks like that's going to take a minute. Okay, whatever. And yeah, I wouldn't call Head On a mod. Not really. Okay. Is this my first time playing this Randomizer? No. I have spent days upon days playing this randomizer. And I don't mean like as in I play for a couple hours. I mean, if you stretch my playtime over, it's well over 50 hours of playtime in playing this randomizer. I have spent a long time in this one. Although this will be one of the first ones in a while that I'm playing solo. We'll talk about that in a minute. System shot. We'll assume R. We'll just put it there and leave it there. So, having given that preface, I do want to say shoutouts and thank you to, let's see here. We've got CW Daniels, SciCloud, Delbach, Diabepus, Aiko Carroll, Asinius, Eternus, Frieza, Fuzzy Duck, Games and Goals, Jinja Ninja, G. Cormos, Gwaihir the Windlord, History Maker, Mr. Red, Myron, Shekor, the Hardboiled One, the King of Koopas Live, Trafin, Vandalia, Yayman, and then a whole lot of people who are majority shareholders, because a lot of people put money into this, which include Bragwin, Dream Whisperer, Savacom, Shadow Machine, and of course, the person who put this game on the list, Mini Bees. Thank you, all of you, very, very much for making this happen. So, without further ado, let me go ahead and get rid of that because that's just a nightmare. First thing we have to discuss when it comes to this particular randomizer, most randomizers will have this exact same, I don't want to say problem, but it'll have this exact same beginning point. First thing we have to discuss is the fact that I have no music right now. Like, it's destroyed my music library. Why don't I have a music library? I wanted to have music playing, but you know what? I know what I can do. I know what I can do. We're just going to do this. Okay, so that's a little loud. It's also not what I wanted. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. There. Okay. Actually, we're not playing though. Where's... There it is. No, I have not, totally is it. Being so dumb. Hey, Sile dear. Thank you very, very much. As always. I will go ahead and jot that down for Dealer's Choice. Hope you're doing well, Sile dear. First thing we're going to discuss. I swear we're actually going to get to this review at some point. This is going to be a relatively short one. But we actually have a lot to cover, especially since it's our first randomizer covering on the show. So, I know several of you are familiar with randomizers and you know how this works and you know all this fun stuff. Do me a favor, please be patient with me. I'm going to walk into this, and this has been requested of me. I'm going to walk into this assuming you do not know what a randomizer is or how it operates. So we're going to be walking into this fresh. Make sense? That I'm also going to be assuming you've never played this particular randomizer. So, what is a randomizer? There are two broad categories of randomizers. The first is, I don't remember what it's called, but mentally I think of it as new game randomizer, okay? A new game randomizer is, let's completely rejigger the stats and the enemy stats and the abilities and the spells and the casting, all that fun stuff, so that functionally we're getting a different game with the same story. There was an old Final Fantasy VI randomizer which was exactly in this format. So, which enemy encounters you'd face, and what stats and abilities and drops that those enemies had, what came from chests, what stat ups you get while you leveled up, what spells and abilities you would gain per character, all of that was randomized. And that sucks, and I hate it. No offense whatsoever to anybody who's into that kind of randomizer, the new game randomizer, but I'm just not into that. There's nothing interesting or engaging about that to me. If anything, I find that to be kind of boring, to be perfectly honest with you. But the reason why, and I want to explain this specifically, the reason why is because it's just kind of playing a new game, which is not what I'm really after. It doesn't challenge me. It's instead trying to add new life into a pre-existing game, which is valid, and that's why I'm not actually being judgmental here. Someone who plays, generally speaking in my experience, someone who plays a new game randomizer, what they want is they want to play, FF6 again. They just want to not know what's coming. So that makes a degree of sense. Random bosses, random abilities on the bosses, random stats on the bosses, random drops. You get it, right? And there's plenty of validity to that. It's just, it doesn't really tickle that itch for me. And I have to make this clarification. Yes, decode. I have to make this clarification because of the fact that when I say randomizer, you have to understand that randomizer means two very, very different things, and a lot of people think I mean the former, and I don't. The one we're doing today is not that. In fact, all of the randomizers that I have suggested for potential future review, including this one, are not new game randomizers. They're what's called open world randomizers. That's not actually my terminology for it, but it makes perfect sense, so I stick with it. An open world randomizer is all about rejiggering the existing pieces, right? So all of the existing pieces of the game are still there. They've just been moved around in a way that is usually very well designed and very well programmed. What's the point of that? Well, now it's challenging, because now at every step you have to be thinking. It's kind of challenging your mastery of the game, as how my friend Gary puts it, and I agree with him. Because you're like, okay, I've just gotten, Super Metroid, I've just gotten the grapple beam. What does the grapple beam give me access to? So you have to think about the world map. You have to think about the game that you have to already know well enough to think, okay, what can I access with this? Okay, now that I have the grapple beam, I could go up here. I can access the sunken ship. Cool. Okay, so we go to the sunken ship, and we fight some stuff there, and it's like, okay, we just got super missiles. That gives us access down to the crate area, and so forth and so on, right? These kind of open world randomizers are all about the routing. And anybody who's seen me speedrun or do tasks before knows, I love routing. It's one of my favorite things to do in games, to just sit there, because it's like a puzzle, right? You're just sitting there like, okay, hang on. I have this, this, and this. What the heck can I do with that, right? How do I move forward? So there's a lot of fun stuff that can be done with that. Like I said, RPGs are a favorite for this kind of open world thing. I mentioned Chrono Trigger, FF6, and FF4. And obviously any game that is very big on explorative items, like a Zelda or a Metroid, tends to be really big for this kind of thing. This is why Ori and the Blind Forest has a open world randomizer. And that's true, Blake Tavel. You can also get locked in. You can like end up not knowing where to go next, or not being able to progress in the spot that you're currently at. A lot of that depends on your options, which we'll get to in just a second. But those are the two categories of randomizers. Anybody who's ever really studied Metroidvania design is probably already being like, hang on, this sounds a lot like a Metroidvania. And you're right. A lot of the open world randomizers effectively turn a game into a Metroidvania in terms of how the level progression goes. Because it's all about what you can access now that you have access to what. Anyways, so moving on, we have to figure out how to actually get the randomizer going. No problem, we can figure that out, because what we have ready to go right here somewhere is... seriously, where to go? There it is. So, here's the randomizer. Now, there's a lot of options here, and I do mean a lot. The LTTP Rando has been around for a while and is very well crafted. I haven't had a chance to watch it, Mr. Ed. I just gave up. I have not had a chance to watch more than 10 minutes of it. So I just gave up and I decided to just upload it. So you can just, immediately just generate a game. I don't know if you can even see that. Yeah, you can. Okay, so you can immediately just generate a game and say, just give me a game. Totally valid. I've never hit that option, and I never will. Instead, what I like to do is I like to have the actual options here. It does mention some of the things you can do if you've never done this before. Obviously, there's the actual specific generation thing. We'll get to that later. So here's our settings. There are so many. I'm going to try to discuss some of these as briefly as I can, but these settings will fundamentally change how your run is going to be. Oh, where do I even begin? Okay, so, first of all, do you want to be able to swap pendants and crystals across world? What that means is you can force pendants to always be in the light world and crystals to always be in the dark world. By the way, obvious spoilers for the Link to the Past. I can't talk about this game without spoiling it. You can shuffle around the pendants, you can shuffle the crystals. Bosses can drop dungeon items. You can give spoilers for where the boots are from the uncle. You can only display crystals and pendants on map pickup. What that means is you need to get a dungeon map in order to gain access to... By the way, all of these things... I don't know if you can see this. Can you see this? Hang on. I'm trying to see my own preview pane here. Okay, there. Every single one of these has a little bit of a question mark, which tells you exactly what these things do, in case you don't believe me or read what it is, or don't care, or forget, or whatever. Darkroom navigation is... Darkroom navigation has to do with where the lamp is presented. text box on dungeon item pickup, which you can just turn off to just kind of speed things up. Dungeon item table in the menu, compasses shuffled, maps shuffled, small keys shuffled, big keys shuffled, rupee bow. The rupee bow makes it so that there are no arrows, but every shot of the bow costs a rupee. Generic small keys, that's a fun one. This actually specifically makes it so that all small keys are just generic keys, which is a whole other thing. This is important, though. So I mentioned shuffled outside of dungeon. These four things here can be shuffled outside of dungeon. Shuffling outside of dungeon means exactly what it sounds like. You could get the big key for pod in some random chest in Kakariko, for example. There's also all the stuff towards the bottom here, which it looks like it's not demonstrating properly. So let's see if it'll let me... Nope, it's not going to let me because it's dumb. Okay, cool. Thanks, game. Appreciate you. Why is it being dumb? I'm sorry. Hang on a second. Oh, I know why. I know why. This is why. Okay, there we go. Sorry, so let's do this. This is actually... Actually, you know what? What was supposed to happen is this. There we go. Tech issues. All right, so now here's the... We're only like halfway... Oh, God, we're not even like a tenth of the way through the thing here. No, Noctis. So now we have your goal. What is the actual specific goal you're going for? There are several goals you can go for. We're gonna clear that. You can change whether or not you have a timer. You can give timer start. You can change the clock. You can change the rupor value. You're probably thinking, what's a rupor? Rupor is a feature from Zelda 1 that has never come back because it's bad gameplay, but it gets rid of rupees instead of giving you them, so that's cool. Maximum heart pieces, maximum boss heart containers, maximum swords, maximum armor upgrades, maximum shield upgrades, maximum bow upgrades. All of this stuff is toggleable then, and all of this is just the basic settings. The logic is a little bit different. First and foremost, you're probably thinking, the most common question I get with an open world randomizer, and I've gotten this question literally hundreds of times, is, well, can't you get stuck? Well, no. A randomizer that is properly designed makes it impossible to get stuck. Some randomizers, when they're first getting started, when people are first starting to program the logic for it, do occasionally make mistakes, and there are occasionally issues where you can actually get stuck. I myself can attest to having played the Super Metroid randomizer when it was first coming out, and I did legitimately get stuck. There was a point where I could not progress. So I was like, okay. I even reported it. But yeah, in general, you should never be able to be actually hard-locked, not even soft-locked, because there should always be some way to progress. That's what the logic is. The logic is determining and making sure that the game is completable. You can, if you really want to, just straight up disable the logic. Just... having said that, there are several specific logic items that are relevant for this one. If you're noticing, you're probably thinking, what the hell is a boots clip? What's a bunny surf? What's a bunny revive? What's a mirror clip? What's a super bunny? All of these are glitches. All of these are things that LTTP players are fairly used to and know how to do in order to try and essentially go outside of logic a little bit. Generally speaking, I tend to prefer to leave most of this stuff as off, but we'll talk a little bit more why as we go through. You can change your starting equipment to whatever the hell you want to. You can also specifically change the item pool, which, well, it's a big item pool. There are 216 items in LTTP. You can specifically change some of the items in a specific area. Now, we're not going to touch the item pool or the locations. The reason why is because we're not creating a specially crafted seed. The whole reason for these two tabs to exist is if you're making a seed essentially for someone else, right? This is really, really common for tournaments or speedruns. GDQ does this, for example. It's a very common thing. They sit down and they actually manually start thinking, okay, let's put this here, let's put this here. You get the idea. We're not touching that. That's also this one, too, the drop pool. And the prize packs, which is exactly what it looks like. So this is most of the options here. There are a couple of specific things that I need to do. So give me one moment here. Let me go ahead and grab this. Actually have moved something. Oh, we actually have a specific category for options called starting options, Blade to Vault, which you can probably guess is going to get a lot of positives in a few seconds here. Now, give me one moment because I got to pull up the right. You do have to have a specific version of the ROM in order to do these. Truck. There we go. Okay, it is not in the folder it should be. Give me a minute. I'm gonna laugh if I somehow... I mean, I know I have the file somewhere. What I don't know is where I have it. I mean, you can, Yura. Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing preventing you from doing so. There they are. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Okay. Why is it there? Whatever. Boom. There we go. Okay, so the reason... No, I understand, Siler. It's all good. I mean, it's not all good, and I hope you're doing better soon, but up to you. I would love to hear it. Also, I'm pretty sure the rest of the actors would love to hear it too. So if you want to just give updates into the acting Discord, I'm sure people would like to hear it, if you're okay with that. So you're probably wondering, hang on. If you are familiar with randomizers, you're probably wondering why it is that I was giving you all the specific details for options, but not the general options. That's because those all show up here once we actually have our ROM loaded, which I have just loaded. So item placement is exactly what it sounds like. Dungeon shuffle, accessibility. The goal, in our case, I'll talk about goal in just a second. Gameplay state, difficulty state, and some specific things, including spoilers. So let's go through this piece by piece. First of all, item placement is exactly what it sounds like. Do you want basic items or do you want advanced items? We're going to stick with advanced. You can see I kind of have some default options here. The dungeon item shuffle, so there's something called key sanity. We're not going to do that right now, but just remember that. Accessibility is exactly what it sounds like. The idea is, do you want to have access to everything? Do you want to have access to everywhere? Or do you want the game to be completable? This is part of that logic thing I talked about earlier. If you want the game to be completable, the game will allow for certain items to not be obtainable. If you want to have all the items, everything is obtainable. If you want all the locations, then some things might not be obtainable. Make sense? Goal. So this is was kind of a shot in the arm for randos, for me and my friends, because previously the goal was beat the game, like it is in most of the time. But they allowed for the options to do other things. So first of all, there's fast Ganon, which is exactly what it sounds like. You can get to Ganon much quicker. There's also the goal of just beating all the dungeons, which means beating all dungeon bosses. There's also the goal of just reaching the Master Sword pedestal, which means getting the 3 pendants. So finding the 3 pendants, because remember, those might not be, in fact, probably won't be in the initial 3 dungeons, and then just beelining it for the Master Sword. There's the Triforce Hunt. The Triforce Hunt specifically adds a brand new item to the item pool, which is Triforce pieces. The goal when you have Triforce Hunt set up is you specifically are looking for X amount of Triforce pieces in order to then beat the game. So Triforce pieces is kind of literally just go get items and nothing else. And of course the Ganon Hunt, which is its own thing. We're going to stick with default for the time being. Open Tower. So this is... hang on, Darker, hang on. So Open Tower. The requirements for opening Ganon's Tower in the default game are to have all 7 of the crystals. So you can set it to 7 crystals, or 6, or 5, or 4, or 3, or 2, or 1, or 0, or random. It will tell you once the game starts how many crystals you need to access the tower. It also tells you how many crystals are required in order to attack Ganon. This is a separate variable that actually is a thing in the game. So, if, for example, you're probably thinking, what's the significance here? It is possible under certain circumstances to access Ganon before you've done Ganon's Tower, or before you've done certain dungeons. And under those circumstances, Ganon, you can make it so that Ganon is actually invincible unless you've gotten X amount of crystals. World state is open, obviously. There's also inverted, retro, and standard. We'll never do standard. Standard's done. Hints, sure. This is from the NPCs in the game. Boss shuffle. So boss shuffle is interesting. Boss shuffle is exactly what it sounds like. It'll shuffle around the bosses, and there's some ways to do this. So there's simple shuffle, which allows for a bit of like simplistic shuffling. Full shuffle means every boss is completely shuffled around, but all the bosses are present. Random means every boss you get is a different dice roll. So hypothetically, under a random boss shuffle, every single boss of every single dungeon could be the same boss. This can really screw with the game, because not every boss was designed to be fought in every arena. And let me just tell you that whatever boss you get in Skull Woods tends to be a nightmare, because it's still going to have the conveyor belts and the spikes regardless of what boss is there. Enemy shuffle is exactly what it sounds like. In my experience, enemy shuffle isn't very fun. It just doesn't really add anything to it. Boss shuffle can be fun, but mostly if you're going for a challenge. Let's be clear, boss shuffle is generally speaking a more challenging. We're going to go and do a full random here. Swords! Anybody who's followed me for a long period of time knows that I have legendarily bad luck, in general. So, one of the most common expressions of that in the randos is I tend to play this game swordless. Not on purpose. I have actually had a seed where I have been in Ganon's tower when I got my first sword. And then I immediately got my second sword, my third sword, and my fourth sword. But it was just, it's funny how long I tend to go without getting a freaking sword in this game. So you can do, you guaranteed to get a sword, you get swords from vanilla locations, you can do completely swordless, or you can just do full randomized. Yeah, exactly, Blade Travel. Oh my god. Hi, Crazy Norse. Why are you sad to see me? Why do you hate me, Crazy Norse? Item pool is obvious. There is actually a crowd control option in the rando, by the way. Just thought I'd point that out. Item functionality is obvious. Enemy damage is obvious. Enemy health is obvious. Most of this stuff is actually stuff that kind of touches on that new game randomization I thought about. What do you mean, Crazy Norse? I mean, the floor is done. We can name it. We can also make sure that we do have spoilers off. Blah, 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 blah. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about this. Because there's something called key sanity. So, where do I begin? I'm just going to read from the actual wiki here. I think this is the simplest way to get this across here. Give me a second. So, the idea here is that the keys, map, and compass of every dungeon are mixed into the global item pool. When a key or dungeon item is found, the text box will pop up telling you which dungeon it belongs for. To make things more complicated, you don't know which crystal or pendant is in any dungeon. It's not marked on the map. And the music for the dungeons are randomized. This information is revealed if you find a map for a specific dungeon, and if you find a compass, it displays how many treasure you get for that dungeon. It also helps you to keep track of how many keys you have. Key sanity completely changes the logic of the game. Because you are... It's a whole thing. Okay, here's the biggest thing about key sanity. So, key sanity is a variant of a hard mode, but it actually adds several additional... Somebody hasn't been watching stream the last 2 days, Crazy Norse. It adds several quality of life features that I honestly can't even play without anymore. I don't actually... so some people get really elitist about key sanity. I am not one of those people. However, I prefer to play with key sanity on pretty much 10 times out of 10, because it's a more interesting and engaging thing. However, the reason for that is because I've played the LTTP randomizer, again, dozens and dozens of times, so... Now, the biggest change that really matters for key sanity, other than the quality of life changes, is it encourages double and triple dipping. Let me explain what that means. If we're doing a normal open world thing, like standard right here, there's a very good chance that if we go into a dungeon, we'll be able to get all the items of that dungeon in one go, beat the boss, and then leave, right? When we have key sanity on here, what is substantially more likely is we will go into a dungeon because we have access to chests 3, 8, and 7 of that dungeon. And then we will leave because we don't have access to anything else. And then we'll have to mentally keep track of which chests we have gotten per dungeon in addition to out in the overworld. Make sense? We are going to leave key sanity on, as I already kind of hinted at. We're going to go with kind of a standard run other than that. Not really going into some of the wild stuff yet. But now we have to hit the review side of things, which is, of course, over here. Hey, look, this is what it looks like on my screen. I didn't realize you hated fun, Crazy Norse. Jeez Louise. So starting options. Yes. Just yes. Oh yeah, speaking of which, enemy damage. So, random is exactly what it sounds like. So, real quick, random question. How many of you in chat right now could tell me how much the highest damaging overworld enemy in Link to the Past? Random question. Oh god. Okay, so this honestly feels like 3 at least. Just for starting options. No, I'll tell you right now, the damage is 3 hearts, which is I think technically 12 damage. I think is how the game calculates that. That's an overworld enemy. There are dungeon bosses and dungeon enemies that hit harder than that. Cold Stare, for example, hits really hard. Even though it's a simple boss. I feel like this is more than 3 pluses, but I'm trying to think how to divest this. Because we've got the basic starting options. Like, what I'm trying to say is that this screen right here is a triple positive for me. And then we have this screen. And this screen, 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 and this screen. There's also a setting that I was looking for. It might just be on by default nowadays. This, oh god, Lord Harrelot. Yeah, this is going to be a thing, I'm sure. Hang on, there's a setting I'm looking for. We're going to leave most of the stuff in just kind of open, except for the bosses, which we're going to leave on random. We're going to leave key sanity on. We need 7 crystals. We do want to kill Ganon. We're going to leave the swords randomized. We're going to leave the enemies the normal thing. We are going to have spoilers. That's kind of critical for something like this, especially on a stream. Spoilers, to explain what spoilers are, spoilers has a... It'll generate a text file along with everything else. And if you're lost, you can check the text file to figure out what you're missing. It happens. It's a thing. It looks like it's just default now, because I do not see that option. Oh. Oh well. Whatever. Okay, so let's go back over here. I think I agree, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Okay, so there's the beginning of our review. Plus 9 to gameplay. Now, let's go ahead and get rid of this, because... Oh, wait, we actually have to generate it, but we'll go ahead and do this really quick. Let's go ahead and generate, make sure we have spoilers. Yes, yes, yes. Generate, please. Okay. Oh, here we go. Sorry, there is... I knew there were other options. I forgot they happen after you've already generated the seed. Silly me. Hang on, I'll show you them. So here's our final batch of options. So you can change the health beat leaps. You can actually turn them off completely. We're going to go with half. It's helpful to have them there at all. Menu speed. We're going to go ahead and do fast menu. You can also do instant menu, which is nice. We can change our heart colors, the background music. We can reduce flashing. We can add item quick swap, which we are going to do. Palette shuffle and shuffle app sound effects. And of course, who we play as. So these are all custom sprites for you to play as. More and more have been added as the years have gone on. Some of these are higher quality than others, so some of them like look like they're cool and they won't be. For example, Zero Suit Samus is very high quality. So is Zelda. But then you have like Wolf Link, which is just kind of dull, and White Mage, which isn't very good, and so forth and so on. Some of these are better than others. Ultros, not really that good. Two-Face, eh. Trogdor the Burninator, not all that great. I do like the fact that you can do this. One of my favorite things to do when I used to stream this is I would just go ahead and pop on, change who I was playing on, and then just kind of see if people would notice that the person I was playing as looked slightly stranger than usual. We are, of course, going to play as my personal favorite. There we go. Go ahead and do this, and this. Now, give me a moment. Go ahead and get the SNES up, which is here. There it is. Actually, I have Darkrai. Then again, I have also seen the one that smashes Super Metroid and Link to the Past together. It works better than you'd think. Because it's effectively just one large Metroid game at that point. Give me one second. Yeah, that's what I thought. We're going to turn down the volume a little bit here because we don't have this set up for streaming. That should be better. Okay. I'm sorry, 1 second. Is this correct? Because we've had some stuff since then. I'm also using a specific version of the emulator whose whole purpose is to allow for multiplayer. Now, we're still going to use it because it's got some custom Lua scripts going on, but we won't actually be doing the multiplayer side of things. I know, sadness. Some of you have actually been paying attention. We have, in fact, done multiplayer streams of randomizers before. They're a lot of fun. And you're probably thinking, how the hell does a multiplayer randomizer work? It's actually really, really simple. The item pool for both players is spread out across both games. So I can get something for him, and he can get something for me. Now, there are, it's a lot of fun, but there are problems with that. And Gary and I have really spent a lot of time refining the exact settings in order to make sure that it's as smooth as possible. Because something that tends to happen if you just, for example, do a default randomizer is the logic doesn't really care who's playing as long as someone is playing. So, for example, something that can happen is I will run into a wall. I'll be item locked. And I'm waiting for him to go get an item so I can progress. And his item can be wherever. Because again, the logic only cares that at least one of us is progressing at any point in time. So what can happen, in particularly bad seeds, is I'll get item locked like 2 dungeons in, and then he could keep playing for 4 dungeons until I finally get an item that allows me to keep going. So trying to make sure that we're both progressing at the same time is a thing. It's a lot of fun, though. Anyways. You're probably thinking, hold up, Lore, how exactly do you keep track of all this in your head? Well, I have a really good memory, but I'm going to be honest with you. I cheat. I am a horrible, horrible cheater. I'm so sorry. I know I've ruined your image of me forever, but that's okay, because that's something I can accept. I tend to use something like this. This is a tracker. I tend to use Emo Tracker as my personal preferred tracker. We'll just go ahead and pull that down so it's a little bit nicer on the screen. There we go. So we are, for the purposes of this, going to include the tracker as part of the randomizer. Or we could not. And, sorry, I don't know why I said that as a statement. This is supposed to be a question. We need to decide if the tracker is counted as part of the randomizer. Because there's all kinds of HUD and interface things that go into this that are relevant. The tracker, so there's 2 types of trackers, broadly speaking, for randomizers. And it's really, really simple. There's ones that are automated, and then there's ones that are not. Even the ones that are automated are not what you would call fully automated, because they can't be. But an automated randomizer will an automated tracker will pull from your ROM as you're playing it and say, oh, you just got, the boots. You just picked up the crystal from such and such or whatever, right? And so that is something that it can track and be like, hey, but it can't track where you got a key from, where you got a chest from, if you finished a dungeon, stuff like that. So it can only track certain specific types of things. So you still have to be manually tracking, which is, of course, the second type of tracker, manual. You have to manually adjust and keep track of everything. To be very, very clear, the overwhelming majority of trackers are manual. In fact, something that is very, very common, especially for events like tournaments or speedruns or marathons or whatever, tends to be there's one other person whose entire job it is to be manually updating the tracker as they go. For these purposes, we'll, of course, be trying to use the automated version, which I definitely remember how to do. You have to give me a minute, because it's honestly been a long time since we've done this. Okay, so that's up to date, which is good. This needs to connect here. And then I need to run my Lua scripting. It shouldn't. Why did it move? If the tracker is, fun fact, I don't actually know if the tracker is provided by the website. I'll have to double check. Give me a moment. Give me a moment to double check. It's been a minute. I'm fine with not including the tracker. We're still going to use it, but I'm fine with not including it or including it. Doesn't really matter to me. No, not that one, not that one. Here we go. Should be this one, I believe. Why is it not running? Hang on. Come on. Sorry, give me a minute. Having issues, please stand by. It is connector. I was right. But where's connector? Why is it not right here? I actually said that, Dakota. In fact, if you're paying attention, I gave kind of, in the future, every single Dragon Quest game a negative for being over localized. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I'm going to open up the spoiler. I'm not actually going to read it yet, but I'm just going to have that there, so I don't have to think about that. Obviously, I'm not going to read the spoiler. That would sort of defeat the point. Where is this file? Well, go read the script in Dragon Quest 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or Dragon Quest Builders 2. Try that to you, and you will see an example of what I'm talking about. While this is failing, I'll go ahead and run this. After mostly disregarding what happened in the first two games, Link awakens to his uncle leaving the house. He just runs out the door. Into the rainy night. Ganon has moved around all the items in Hyrule. You'll have to find all the items necessary to beat Ganon. This is your chance to be a hero. You must get enough crystals to beat Ganon. This is telling you the stuff that the website also told you, but I do kind of like that they put it into the game, too. Look at this staff holes on the throne. Look at this guy. It is your time to shine. There it is. There it is. Also, you need to defeat this guy. Just, whoops, sorry. Running a Lua. Okay, so this is here. God, this is buried. Give me a second. Look, he's an evil dude, okay? You gotta understand. This guy... Okay, so here, and then here, and then here, and then here. That should be it. We're connected? We're connected! Hey! Kirby, yes. Ganon stole all the items. That might be Ganon. Sorry, I'm trying to get a layout that's going to work for me. There we go. Okay. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Let's not do that. Okay. So, whenever you start, you just kind of automatically have these options to begin with. It's actually better to start in the Sanctuary. Kind of. My buttons are wrong. Hang on. Let's fix that really quick. Yep, nope, they're literally flipped. No wonder I was having issues. Let's make sure everything else is right. Okay, everything else seems to be right. Just our face buttons were wrong. Okay. So we got a Swamp Palace key. Okay. That sucks. Now we go to the Sanctuary. Book of Medora. Sure. Sure. High loader. So the reason you start here is the opening moves of any given LTTP randomizer are pretty much always going to be identical. You always want to get the house quick and early, like I did, and immediately restart, go to the Sanctuary, and then get a chest most people don't even know exists. I actually know where every chest is in this game, all 216, because I do randomizers. Remember, you can pick up stuff even at the beginning with no sword. Okay, getting the lamp this early is actually mega lucky. I cannot tell you how many times I don't get the lamp until way into the game. And if you're wondering, who cares about the lamp? Well, let's just say that the lamp is literally required for some things. It's also one of only 2 methods to actually light fires. And think about how many fire lighting puzzles are on this game that are required. There's also the ability to see in dark areas, which may not sound like a big deal, but trust me, if you've ever played this game trying to navigate a dark area without a lamp, which I totally have, by the way, it's a lot harder to do than it sounds. So we're hitting all of the usual basics first. We're really hoping for some bombs, but we need, at the very least, to get about, I think, 50 rupees, or no, excuse me, 150 rupees as quickly as possible. We currently have 1, which isn't great. If we get bombs here, that's very good luck. So that is a pod key. 50 rupees, that's actually good luck. That is the Ganon's Tower map. Thanks, game. And a heart piece. Okay, we can make that work. I mean, they both have super powerful spells, and can be, you know, mystic mages, or mystic knights, or whatever those are called. So, yeah, a little bit. Especially this one. This one tends to use spells a lot. Hey, Cycloud. is a swamp compass. Okay. Okay, we're just getting bonkers good luck here. This is one of the luckiest runs I've ever had already. Oh yeah, so I mentioned switching items. This is a feature that the original LTTP really needed. So you're probably wondering, what's the feature? Well, in the original LTTP, you hit this button, and actually what happens is you hit this button, it goes, and then you switch, and then it goes, but in this version, I could just hit L and R to switch between items immediately. It's going to be hard playing regular LTTP, because the last time I played LTTP regular, not counting, you know, for the theater, was over a decade ago at this point. So I'm going to have a really hard time going back to this. Turtle Rock Big Key. Oh, that's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. So something that the logic tends to do is it tends to shove you towards Turtle Rock early, because Turtle Rock is a smorgasbord of items. There are so many chests in Turtle Rock. There's a small key for Turtle Rock. Yeah, that's a bad sign. That's a really bad sign. We already have a small key and a big key for Turtle Rock. And you're probably thinking, why is that a bad thing? Because Turtle Rock early sucks. It is not super fun to do. Okay, so we do need a few more bombs. So we're going to go and grab some. This is the 50 I mentioned earlier. Early bombs is pretty much required. After a certain point, bombs will no longer be an issue. After a certain point, money will no longer be an issue, too. But, yeah. Okay, so let's do this. And then that. Let's get a software update that I don't want or care about. There we go. Armor upgrade. That's... So I mentioned my luck tends to be really bad. Here's a weird thing. The most common path I tend to get in LTTP randos is no sword. You'll notice we don't have a sword yet. No sword, early armor, low hearts. What I mean by that is I tend to have very little health, but I tend to get armor very early, and I tend to have no weapon. You'll notice that's exactly what's happening so far. Oh, in case you missed that, the thing we got earlier was the gauntlets. The gauntlets are one of the biggest unlock items. Never mind, we have a sword. The gauntlets are one of the biggest unlock items in the entire game, along with the hammer. Gauntlets and hammer pretty much open up the game. The second tier gauntlets are the other big unlock items. So gauntlets, and hammer are your big... I have access to tons of stuff now. So we've just done the initial sweep. Let's pause for a second. Let's say thank you to Fife. Thank you, Fife. Always. Give me a second. I will jot that down for various things as requested. Let's see. That's going towards the FF4 comparison block. Bayonetta. 1 and 2. And the Futurama Streaminations. You got it. Thank you again. So we've actually had surprisingly good luck here so far. We've done the initial pass. Now we have to decide what we do next. So with what we have access to, first of all, you can see on the tracker there. Let's explain the tracker briefly. I know it's small. Here, actually, you know what I could do? Is I could temporarily just pull it up so you can see it a little bit better here. So let's do this. Oh, I actually had it out of position. No wonder it was being so weird. There, sorry. So, yeah, we're just going straight to Turtle Rock. So let me... So, green means there's items there you can get right now. Blue means there's items you can see there right now. You can determine what the item is and see if it's worth your time. Orange means there's either partial items you can get, or if you use a glitch, there's items you can get. So that's your immediate visual distinction. You can also... I don't know if this is going to show on stream. Nope. Okay, hang on. Refresh. Hang on. Don't worry, everything's fine. Ahem. So anyways, you can actually see individual chests if you, like... It looks like that's not showing on stream. If you click it, it's not showing. If you click it, it'll actually specifically tell you the names of the chests and which ones you've gotten or haven't. Um, you're probably thinking, every chest in this game has been named? Well, not every chest, but every bundle of chests. Yes. For example, Hype Cave is something that most people who played this game are aware of. There's also the Hobo, the Sahasralas area, the Witch's Hunt, there's the Zora Ledge, um, there's Spectacle Top, there's Bring Man Home. You get it. All of these are labeled, and you know, most people who play this game, let's be honest, you probably know where most of these are. On the left, of course, you can see the specific items we've gotten so far. Here, I'll scooch this over so you can see a little better. So you can see we got the lamp, the gauntlets, armor, bombs, sword, Book of Medora, and the frickin' mushroom of all things. We also got one key for, what is that, Pod, one key for Swamp, one key for Turtle Rock, and one big key. Now you notice the key for Swamp is green. The specific reason that the key for that is green is because green means you can now complete the dungeon, because you only need so many keys to complete a dungeon. Now, obviously, that depends on what we care about or don't care about, because in some cases we do specifically want to sweep a dungeon. Sweeping is exactly what it sounds like, getting every item within an area. So, let's go ahead and shrink this back up. And let's answer the question from earlier. Is this available on the website? I'm guessing not. Just as a guess. There we go. So let's find out. Let's see. Oh, no, hang on. There's actually a resources page, which has a link to trackers. Which, this is the dramatic pause. What's on the tracker page? You can actually, it actually takes more work than you'd think, but you can reconfigure the game so that it's essentially the vanilla game just with the quality of life features. However, it will never be the same localization, because it's actually the... because it's retranslated. It's the Japanese version. We're actually playing the Japanese version of the cart. So, everything that has been localized by the mod, not by Nintendo. Sorry, I'm checking something here. Here we go. There's actually a bunch of trackers for this nowadays. There's the Emo Tracker. And I feel like this is a bit of a technically, because there's a link on the page to a link on another page, which then links you to the actual tracker. I think I'm going to agree with you guys. Let's go ahead and not include the tracker in the actual review, which I'm fine with. I was debating doing that. The problem is, the real estate is kind of a problem here, Cycloud, because I'm not sure... No, of course not, Crazy Nurse. I mean, first of all, what exactly are they going to do about this? No, Lord Harrimont. I find them delightful. Lord Harrimont secretly thinks Secret of the Stars has better flower decor than that. And he's wrong. Yeah, we'll go ahead and call the tracker an external feature. And we actually have precedence for external features, so not going to include that. Okay, I need to write down some other thoughts while I'm here and thinking about it. Ping to you, Flagant. I mean, it's true, Dark, right? LTTP is a legitimately good-looking game. I have used this game as an example of how to do sprite work many times for a frickin' reason. It's basic, but a lot of thought was put into it. Sorry, I'm thinking about some things. Okay, so jotting down some question marks. Let me think about how I could change this layout. I could do... Hang on, so what would this look like? So if I did that... No, it's too tall, it's too vertical. It is Darkrai. You could tell they threw themselves into it too. It's funny because I think this is a good game today. When we review LTTP for the Zelda block, I'm pretty sure this game is going to score pretty damn well because I think LTTP has withstood the test of time. However, I could be wrong about that because I haven't played LTTP in literally over a decade. Remember, I've been playing randos, so I might be more positively inclined towards it than I think. That's not going to work. Maybe... Here, let's... That's not going to work. Sorry, I'm debating how to do this. You know what I could do? Hang on. I mean, I'm already playing as a Dream Whisperer. You can see it right there. Let's do this. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to shove this forwards like this. And then we're going to do a little bit of finagling. Here, have some other Zelda music. If I can find it. I mean, I've said it a few times, the SNES was a bit of a sea change. For a lot of reasons. There we go. Let me scooch this back over here. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna laugh if... Hang on. I mean, honestly, Noctis, I'm gonna laugh if LTTP ends up scoring better than Ocarina. It's not going to, but that would be very funny, wouldn't it? Sorry, I've just had no time lately to do things like this, so I thought I was good to go before I started streaming, and then I was wrong. I mean, Majora's Mask has already scored better, so that's kind of a gimme. It's very crude. But now we have a bit of an item tracker. Well, yeah, no, like, Ocarina obviously has several things that are, you know, better than, it really is Crazy Horse that are better than LTTP, obviously. I mean, duh, essentially. But it also has more flaws. That's a little off. Hang on. There we go. Okay. We're gonna make do with that. Okay, so enough with Ocarina music. Nobody likes it. It's still a little loud. So what I was about to say was that now that we've got all that set up, let's turn this down to like say 30. Now we need to start making decisions. Because now we do think, okay, so we've accessed all the basic stuff. All the easy stuff is done. Now the decision-making process goes in. This is when we start to get into gambling. Because we have a lot of places we can go to. And any one of them could be something worthwhile. And most of them probably won't. So why don't we go for an easy one that's nearby first. And we'll see if we can fish a little bit here. I tend to go fishing a lot in randos, especially LTTP randos. And one of the biggest reasons why is because I think it's funner. There's mathematically better spots. You know, people have already figured out most of the routing and the, I don't know, the math. I figured out the math. Oh my god! People have already figured out the math on where the best places are to go, mathematically speaking, for your best return on investment in terms of item potential versus time. I don't like to do that. I like to just be... I like to go fishing. I like to go gambling. So we just unlocked fast travel, which is bonkers this early on. I think the game has just decided to give me, like, the super ultra easy seed of doom here, because this is insane. I don't know what to say about this. Yeah, so at this point, we are spoiled for choice. Super duper spoiled for choice. We're gonna do the easy one first, because it's literally gonna take us milliseconds. Well, seconds. We're gonna go here. Give her the mushroom. We go inside. Outside. Inside. Oh, it didn't actually work. Sometimes it works, but I think I'm thinking of the wrong edition of the game. So instead, what we'll do is with the other thing that will make that work. It's weird to think about the fact that Zelda 1 had fast travel. It was terrible, but it was there. So that's a map to Eastern Palace. Not too bad. I would be surprised if it didn't, Mr. Red. Ugh. There is fast travel in the first game. There's the flute, which allows you to warp between, like, what is it, 4 spots? Okay, so let's go ahead. We do have a sword. We don't have that, though. So someone said, let's go ahead and hit the ice cave. Let's go ahead and hit the ice cave. It's a terrible, terrible option. But let's do it. This is the worst thing we could possibly do. That's a lie. There's worse. We do need, at the very least... Oh, God, what is it like? Oh, yeah, by the way, these crabs can absolutely murder the hell out of you early game. So you gotta be kind of careful when doing this area early on, like we are currently doing. Dramatic pause. Art piece. Sure. Okay. Let me think here. Since this is such a gimme, I'll go into this one really quick. We do have the gloves. Another heart piece. This is getting weird. We haven't gotten a lot of junk yet. Trust me, there's plenty of junk. No, we haven't gotten any junk yet, Julito. I feel like it just said that, but that's okay. I know nobody actually listens to me anyways. Rupees aren't junk yet. They will eventually become junk. Actually, you know what? No, hang on. Change my mind. Yeah, by the way, this is half heart Beetle Leap. Just picture this at full Beetle Leap. That'll be a negative that LTTP gets right there. Oof. Okay, and we're dead. More glitches and easier to edit. Euro. That's a good question, actually, to go at it. I hear one of the biggest reasons why they added the you can use rupees as arrows options was to help solve that problem, but the problem with that is you still have tons and tons and tons of rupees. So it doesn't really solve the issue, you know? No, deaths are normal in this. I don't feel bad about dying. So, anybody who doesn't know the answer to this question, tell me, how do I kill those Moldorms, mini-dorms over there? I've got the bombs, I've got the flute, I've got the lamp, I've got the Book of Medora, and that's it. So how do I deal with it? Good guess. So 4 easy chests. Rupees. Key to Ice Palace. Heart container. And bombs. Okay. Oh, right. And the hammer. Okay. This is getting weird. We have all but one major unlock item already. So, you're probably wondering, what's the major unlock item? Well, okay, hang on. Sorry, there's actually technically 2. Because the second glove upgrade will be the thing. Let me explain how they do glove upgrades. Or any upgrades. So the way they do it is they don't put the level 3 glove in a spot. Instead what they do is they put glove upgrade in a specific spot. So, if you have no glove at all, you get the early glove. If you have the early glove, you get the second glove. It's the same thing with sword. It's the same thing with... there we go. It's the same thing with the shield. You get the idea. I'm just mentioning it because that's how they get around potential soft locking with regards to getting certain items. Yeah, it's very smart code. There's a lot of smart code in this game, or this randomizer, actually. So we've got rupees up there. We're going to go ahead and grab them. We're going to keep going off the edge, very on purpose. Damn it, Melkor! Since we already have the 500 rupees, we're just going ahead and getting this out of the way right now. It's almost never anything worth a damn. One of my favorite things to do is to spend 500 rupees to get a rupee back. Getting a heart container is kind of bonkers good, honestly. Oh, right. We don't have the flippers. So we could do fake flippers. I try not to sequence break like that when it comes to these. Sequence breaking kind of breaks logic, and to explain what I mean by that, breaking logic can be done, and can be done to good effect. Let's go here. But the problem with doing sequence breaking in a logic program is it thinks you don't have access to places you do, and so the logic is designed so that you're supposed to get X, Y, or Z at places you're not checking because you have access to other places. Make sense? So you can kind of trick yourself that way. I think this is just pure RNG, Crazy Horse. I did actually select advanced item placement as well while we're on the subject. So we're going to go ahead and scooch up. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go help an old man. I got really good at doing this blind because one of the early... So despite the fact that I just spoke ill against sequence breaking, one of the most common sequence breaks I usually do is the one I'm looking at right now. Doing this... So if you're not familiar with it, doing a dark area without the lantern, just the whole screen is just pitch black. There's literally nothing rendered. But I'm really used to walking through this without the lantern. Because screw it. You gain access to a lot of things, including another save point, which is the main thing that's beneficial to me. Exactly, Trapin. Okay, so One of the things I tend to do is I tend to hit overworld spots before I hit dungeons. That's just a habit. I don't really have any specific reason for being that way. So we're going to keep doing that. We do have access to dungeon 2. Okay, so that's just rupees up there. God, getting the ocarina this early. I need to tell Gary about this seed later. Gloves, hammer, and ocarina in, like, the first 10 chests is bonkers. And a sword. And an armor. Anyways. So I've been living in this cave for years, and you think you can just come and bomb open walls? Well, yeah. Of course I do. A Misery Mire key. Okay. Not what I wanted, and that's just rupees. Let's go do... Yeah, let's do that, let's do that. We're gonna go ahead and check the minigame really quick. No. I keep forgetting I have access to fast travel, which I'm just really not used to. You know what's funny? What do you think the, what are they called? The dash boots unlock in this game. I'm just gonna give this away. It's like 3 items. Dash boots unlock almost nothing in this game. And yet, there's a small key there. And yet, every time someone gets dash boots, it's like, oh, thank God! They don't unlock anything, but they do make it go by a little bit quicker. I can't tell you how many times early on I'm like, alright, let's go! And it's like, nothing happens, because of course, it doesn't. I don't have the... What are they called? Boots of something. Thanks for the trash. It literally was trash. Cool. Not that I'm aware of. Hey, Huthor. Listen, that room needed to be bombed. Okay, so we could get that. Wow. So if you're paying attention to the tracker, we're kind of starting to get locked already. It really wants us to go into the first dungeon, which is hilarious. I think, just to be spiteful, we're not going to do the first... No, I'm kidding. We'll do the first dungeon. Let's do the first dungeon. Let's do it. Let's do it. Pegasus boots. That's them. Thank you. Well, my sister is keeping track of the front entrance here. Points if you get it. Hey, we don't have a shield yet. We could actually... There's 2 other things we could do right now other than the first dungeon, but that's actually it. We're at the point where we need to do the first dungeon, so we're going to do it. And by the first dungeon, of course, I mean Hyrule Castle. It's technically Dungeon 0. Thanks, dead uncle. Appreciate you. This seed, I swear to God. What do you want to bet we're, like, never going to get a better sword? We're going to be stuck with the fighter sword for forever. Which, by the way, does an absolutely piddling amount of damage. Like, it actually would be better for me to be using the hammer here if I wasn't better at timing. Yes, we've already got 3 hearts, which is insane. This is the dumbest seed I've ever seen. In like, a good way? Yeah, that's true. That's true. The uncle was giving us rupees in order to allow us to pay for the secret techniques. That's what it is. Hi, Azdukin. Which I'm probably saying wrong. I apologize. So, yeah. More damage. Pegasus boots! What? Okay. Okay. I mean, I think both of those are valid sentences, personally. Just, you know, it's cool, it's whatever. Oh gosh, let me think about that, Umbral Magnus. Hey, we got our first arrows. I know. Wait, what did you do, Braven? And for that matter, why? Oh my god. Sorry for the accidental bans. It was a literal misclick. Sorry. That was another heart! Because this is just the weirdest seed in the universe. I need to tell Gary about this seed. He's just... It wasn't me, Fife. It wasn't me, I swear. I'm so sorry. Oh, yes, I have. I have absolutely gotten nothing but arrows and bombs and rupees at the start, which you can still use to get going. Yes, so... I don't actually remember where the term comes from. I'm pretty sure it's a programming term, so forgive me. But, the way that it works... Ooh, excuse me. The specific thing that determines where everything is referred to as the seed. The whole purpose in having a seed is so that you can share it, or you can replicate it. If I now taking this seed, and I could actually find it on the website right there, I could send this to Gary and be like, here, play this seed, and he'll be like, okay, and I might actually do that. I might just be like, here, load this seed and tell me what you think of it. It's a way to not just have the random generation, but to be able to track it. Exactly, Chrysaros. He has shared seeds with me before, which are just bonkers. Usually bad, though. Like I said, my luck in this game is usually much worse than this. Not playing around with snakes. We finally have full magic. Usually I don't get full magic until I've beaten my first boss, because for those of you who haven't played this game, the first time you kill a boss, you get a full health and magic refill, even if you've never had magic. So we just got a bottle, so that's cool. Ooh, right. We're on key sanity, and I don't have a key. Okay, nope, that's cool. I can make that work. Hi, Tina Minuets, and I swear I'm not ignoring you, Warport. Let me just do this. I don't want to lose my train of thought here. Get heal. You can only do this particular trick if you have the gloves, but we got those really early, so whatever. How many of you even knew this was here? I'm honestly curious, because I didn't know this was here until, like, frickin' forever. So, 3 easy chests. That's a key to desert. Ooh. Looks like our play is desert, then. Yeah. So we got those, and we got that. That's done. We can do that, we could do that. Let's do those. Let's do those. But first, I want to say thank you to Warp Core. Thank you, Warp Core. Always appreciate. Muchly. Thank you. I have to actually pull up the donation to see what you donated towards, but I will, I swear. I'll do it, Warp Core, please. Put down the gun, Warp Core. Put down the gun. It's okay. I have a planet. This is actually, no joke, one of the only songs in LTTP I don't like. Okay, so I got that for Ace Combat 5, FTL, and STO, whoops, STO, the Terran Gambit. Yes, we are playing as Magus from Chrono Trigger, because I can do that. And it's also one of the better designed sprites. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of the custom sprites aren't actually good, to put it bluntly. This one's pretty well done. Pretty much all of his things have a custom animation, even like the bonk animation like that. The other two ones I really like are Zelda and Samus, if you're wondering. This is going to be nothing. Another Ganon's Tower thing. Jeez. So the way it works, Anime Titty Fan, is we have a plural voting system. So let's say you sub, right? And it's like, okay, well, you can now put that towards up to 3 things. And it's all of those things get the full amount of the sub, right? So if you sub right now and you put it towards 3 things, then those 3 things all get the full $2.50 from the sub. Make sense? What am I missing in here? Oh, right, I have a bottle! That's why. Getting a bottle actually unlocks this. I always forget that. And Ice Palace map. Okay, that's... So far there's 2 dungeons we keep getting items for. Ice Palace and and Turtle Rock. And Ganon's Tower. By the way, early Ganon's Tower really sucks. I really hope we don't get that, but we might. So after I get this item right here, I will actually be completely out of items I can get outside of dungeons. And we're going to have to start doing early dipping. Now, I already knew it was a key, so let's see what it's for. Skull Woods. So you only need 1 key to do Skull Woods, but you have to glitch it a little bit. Actually, no. So one of the things I like about this particular version, the Key Sanity version, is it makes maps and compasses actually useful. Yeah, so... let's do Desert Palace. That's pretty much the option. I keep forgetting I have this. At this point, I should probably essentially never save and quit because I've got this. So you're probably wondering, what's the other item that's limiting my exploration right now? Why am I only allowed to go to like 3 places right now? It's because I don't have the Pearl. Without the Moon Pearl, I can't actually access the Dark World at all. So, need to get the Pearl. I have gotten the Mirror, the second Gauntlets, and the Bird Whistle many times before I've gotten the Pearl. Usually I don't get the Pearl until midway through. Okay, so let me think about this. We can do this, and this. So I mentioned the tracker, and the tracker's good and all. But the tracker I use here, if you're paying attention, isn't really all that great for dungeon tracking. So most of the dungeon tracking is just on me. Now that's fine, I have a decent memory. It has been like a year since I've done one of these, though, so forgive me if I screw up. Okay, so there's a shield. We're gonna go ahead and grab that. I know it sounds weird to value a shield, but actually, did you know every shield upgrade in this game all has a different type of projectile that it can protect against? And the last shield protects against most projectiles, which is honestly very useful. There's the Pearl. Okay, Did you see? You probably didn't notice, but the moment we got that second pearl, the second map there just opened up with green. That's because we just unlocked like half the Dark World, right there. Yeah, no, you can walk right into the Dark World, and you'll be a bunny. If you don't have the pearl, you're stuck in bunny form in the Dark World. Oh, I apologize. I should have shown you what Magus's bunny form is. I'll just tell you right now. It's Alphador, his cat. So you run around as a cat going, "Rear, rear." It's really cute. Which is funny, because I set it to hard Crazy Norse, if you were paying attention. But yeah, here we are. Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense, right? Of course it would be Alphador. Okay, so we do have the one key, which we're going to burn right here. We're going to get this. We're going to be a little careful. Get something completely useless. Always hesitate there. Screw it up anyways. More rupees, very useful, very useful. Need those rupees. Okay, so we don't have... No, not that button. Yeah, we still... So, okay, sorry. One other cool thing you probably didn't even notice, because I'm an idiot and didn't point it out. So one of the things it adds is a key tracker. It's in the lower left there. So we've got each of the dungeons, which is Hyrule Castle, that's HC. AT, which is the... Oh, God, I don't actually remember what it stands for, but it's the second Hyrule Castle. It's the one where you fight Aganim. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, that's Eastern Palace, Desert Palace, and the Tower, I can't think of the name of right now, respectively. Then there's Dungeon 1 through 7, which is obvious. Then there's GT, which is Ganon's Tower. Hyrule Tower, thank you. Aganim's Tower, that's what that stands for, Aganim's Tower. So you can see I have one key in Pod, in Swamp, in Skull Woods, I think? Yes, and then we've also got one key in several other places. We got one key in all over the place. But we also have the big key of Ganon's, of Turtle Rock, which terrifies me. And that's actually it. That's the only big key we have. So this is when we're going to get into that double dipping thing I mentioned, because I am almost positive that we're not going to be able to sweep Desert Palace this run. Now, so what's going to happen is we're going to go ahead and get one last thing. Two last things. Scooch over here. Go ahead and see what Valton's question is. But I consider the 3DS remasters, let's call them what they are, of Ocarina and Majora's the definitive versions. Yes, without hesitation, without question. The originals are, in my opinion, inferior in almost every way. I know that's a contentious opinion. I don't care. It's the truth. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not a good liar. I think the controls are infinitely better. I think the graphics are smoothed out. I think some of the bugs and glitches are better. I think the game just plays vastly better. Okay, so we got that. That's kind of it. Not in all ways. No, there are actually some specific things that the originals do better. The example that everyone likes to bring up is the final battle with Ganon in Ocarina, specifically. So we're going to do something weird here. We're going to gamble. We're going to gamble. And yeah, some of the bosses in Majora's are just kind of That's the other big thing in Majora. So in Ocarina, it's a boss, and in Majora's, it's a boss. As for Link's Awakening, that's a little bit trickier. I'm leaning towards yes, which is funny because Link's Awakening is once again a remaster, but I do think it is overall the superior version. It would be hard for me to list it as not being the superior version. The biggest flaw I have with the Link's Awakening remaster is the damn blur, which is not only headache-inducing, but completely unnecessary. So we actually can't kill that guy, but that's okay, because we don't care about killing him. We're just here to light some fires. So, we're actually done in here, because we cannot progress anymore. There are 2 items left in this dungeon, so we didn't sweep it. So we have to put a pin in that, and we have to remember that there are 2 items there we did not get. I would say no, Velton. Valid question, but no. I know, Melkor, because they really like their blur. I don't mind the blur if it actually has a toggle, right? If you have a toggle to just turn the blur off, okay, we're okay. If you don't have that toggle, well, then screw you. Okay, so we actually have to go the roundabout way because we only have the level 1 gloves, but that's okay because we can do that. Where's my... There it is. See that rock there? We can't move that rock, so we have to go around. No, not motion blur. I call it the octo blur. What it is aggressive overuse of depth of field. Depth of field is... You've seen depth of field. You've seen it 1,000 times. It's when one thing is in focus and something else isn't. It's usually done to make things look more distant, or to force the camera to focus on something, force your eyes to focus on something. If done properly, you never notice it. If done improperly, it's octopath. And overusage of that blur is what I call octo blur. So anyways, World of Darkness, hey! First time. And yeah, the specific reason that they do that is because they're trying to emulate what cameras did. Let's actually walk through this. So originally, cameras had depth of field by default because of how cameras work. And so movies started using depth of field because they thought it looked cinematic. So video games, trying to look more like movies, you get it. So, oh no, how will I ever figure out which thing it's in? It's always the second chest. Doesn't matter which one you select, it is always the second chest. So that's a small key to Ganon's Tower. That's not good. We're up to 2 keys for Ganon's Tower. That's not good. We're just kind of doing a sweep of the easy early Dark World stuff here. Skullwood's key. So we have 2 Skullwood's keys. Unfortunately, we don't have the Fire Rod, or... I guess that's it, actually. Or we could go ahead and do Skullwood's. Okay, no joy there. Let me think about this. Let's go ahead and do what I always do, which is try to hit some overworld stuff first. Yeah, let's do that. Can't rescue the frog yet. Can't get over there yet, but what we can do... So the problem is, right now, getting around actually is kind of a pain, because we're missing several things. And by several, I mean 2. Yeah, also, one of the best Zelda songs ever. Can I just say that? I think this song is still one of the best songs. So this, unlike the previous thing, is not going to be your second dip. This is just random. You'll know you got it when the sound effect plays. This is pretty bad luck, actually. Oh, there it is. Red Rupee. Congratulations, Mr. Red. Umbral Magnus asked a question. I think it's scrolled off the screen. Give me a second. It has... Where is it? I swear I saw it earlier. There it is. So, a TTRPG. So, in other words, a pen and paper game set in the world of a Nintendo game. What game would I want and what would my character be? Okay, so there's a lot of good possibilities for that, but honestly, the only choice for me is Metroid. We gotta go with Metroid. Come on. That's not true. The other thing I would consider is Mario. The Mario RPGs, if I have to specify. Art piece. Okay, not terrible. Let's go do Hype Cave. Let's do Hype Cave. I know, Triffin. So, in Metroid, obviously, you know, I would want to play a fellow bounty hunter, I think, is the direction I would take that. And try not to actually, you know, deal with some of the higher tier stuff that Samus herself has. And if I ever see Samus come down to the planet I'm on, I immediately get back to my ship and I run for my life. I might make it out in time. But considering she usually canonically only takes a few hours to destroy a planet, well, you know. So this is a Hype Cave. You're probably wondering, why is this called Hype Cave? One. Another Ganon's Tower key. This is looking bad. 2. 3. 4. 5. And we got junk. Actually, that's not true. We got 2 good things there, but still. 5 items in very quick succession, which only requires 2 bombs to access. Technically, 2 bombs and the pearl. 2 bombs, the pearl, and the hammer. Excuse me. Let's get the whole list out there. But it's something you get very early on, and it's one of the higher density spots in the game. There's actually one other one, which is similarly higher dense, but we're not there yet. Yeah, Samus is in orbit. Ah! Yeah, thankfully we have the tier 2 armor, because enemies in the Dark World actually hit like a truck. You never really think about that until you're playing a randomizer, and then you're here without armor, and then things will kill you from full health in one hit. I can see Pikmin. I think that could work out. You'd have to come up with some mechanics for figuring out how to, you know, manage the Pikmin, but I think it could work. Yeah, exactly, glitchable. So there's the thing that tells you how many crystals you need. We obviously do not have them. That's not what we're here for at all. We're here to grab the boomerang, it looks like. If I was to play a Mario pen and paper game, I would play a Shy Guy, no question. That's easy. Sorry, I'm thinking. And mariachi people to death. Let's do something that's kind of out of the way. We're gonna go fishing. We're gonna go fishing. We're gonna do something a little bit out of the way just to get it off the overall map. Just to sweep it. See, I would think a Shy Guy would have... I'm not sure how we could express this. I think a Shy Guy would have no real bonuses. Like, they wouldn't specialize in anything. But rather, their specialty would be that they could specialize in anything without penalty. You know, the old human bonus from D&D, like, what was that, 2nd edition or whatever. Except not crap. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Actually, I like that. The Shy Guy bonus. You're a Shy Guy. People will have to roll a check to identify you successfully. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. You know, I'm not actually sure if I yeah. You could be a Hammer Bro. You mean a Hammer Brock. Oh yeah, no, Shy Guy would be a great red mage. And it would look the part, too. Well, we know that Shy Guys are related to Sniffits. Yeah, exactly. Like, they just blend in with the crowd. Okay, we got... If that's the Ganon's Tower, I swear to God. Pod. Okay. So, if you're paying attention to the map, you'll notice there's no green squares left. And that's because we've run out of easy options. Let's go ahead and hit Eastern Palace. And Sahasrara. Let's see what's over there. Blues are you can see it, but you can't access it. some players don't like to get every item. I actually do, like, find enjoyment in gathering every item in these, because I'm a freak. But, if you don't want to gather every item, if you want to see if it's... Oh, I just went to the wrong spot. Oh my god. If you don't want to gather every item and you want to see if it's worth your time, then you can check and see, oh, that's a such and such. I now know to never look at that again. Crusader of Sentry? Senti? I've never heard of that crazy horse. Which doesn't surprise me, because, you know, I'm a noob when it comes to Sega. Yeah, yellows are, you can get it if you glitch or basically if you fulfill certain requirements. Oranges are partials, blues are spots, greens are gets. Big key to Misery Mire. Arrows. Quake. Interesting. My first question on a dating app. Are you a robot? Or a bot, rather. You gotta tell me if you're a bot. Okay, so the green pendant is in pod. Alright, whatever. Let's hit up Eastern Palace and see what we got. Listen, I'm not into bots, okay? I know some people like the whole robosexual thing. That's just not my thing, okay? Don't date robots! Yeah, I could probably get that. If you had to play a Mario one, who would you play as Umbral Magnets? Just because I'm curious. Actually, same question for everybody. You're playing a Mario pen and paper RPG. You can play whatever within reason. What do you play? Alright, so here's a random question. Little trivia for you. How many of you even knew there was a chest where I'm about to go? One of the weirdest things for me when I first started doing randomizers for this was learning where there's chests that I never even knew were there before. Because they just have, like, you know, the compass or rupees or whatever. Shoot. Okay, imagine you can't play an existing character. You're making a new character. Okay, so Koopa Troll specifically. One of the hats. Waluigi doesn't count. You can't play as Waluigi. Besides, he was in a game relatively recently. It just sucked. Seriously, how many of you even knew this item was here? I do like the idea of playing a Hammer Bro. Or a Sledge Bro. Although, if I'm being honest, if I had to play one of the bros, I'd probably play a Boomerang Bro. The tennis one, Umbral Magus. The tennis games are always Waluigi stuff. Wario's in a game that's either just came out or has come out, like, this year. Really recently, the latest WarioWare. There's a way to glitch this out. I never remember how to do it. Not what I meant, Lord Harriman. I meant the chest. Did you know there was a chest there? Booster is an individual. It doesn't count. And I don't think Booster is a species. I hope Booster isn't a species. Do we have the... We do. We'll just walk up and get the chest. It's a small key for Pod. We're getting several keys for Pod. It's getting worrisome, actually. That's true, he could be a template. Sacrifice all your sanity, and your int is set to 3. Oh god, tennis bros. I have done this room without the lamp. Or these rooms, I should say. That's the other ones I have memorized without the lamp. Those two and the one up in the mountain. There's other stuff you can do without the lamp. That's beyond me. That's way beyond me. There we go. No joy there either. Okay. So far, we're batting a 0 on this. We have got nothing useful in here. We've still got the boss, and I think one other chest? I mean, yeah, no, we all knew that was coming, right? I got too much useful stuff front-loaded. Of course I'm going to start getting crap. I can see that, Valryu. I mean, honestly, a Mario RPG where we get allies again would be nice, but, you know, what the hell do I know? Look, look, look. Just spacing there for a second, don't mind me. Nope. That's it. We actually can't progress at this point. We don't have the bow. Yeah. So that's 2 dungeons we've delved into already and gotten nothing. Just the locations of them, Lord Harriman. No, you literally need the bow to kill the red dudes. Nothing else works. Yeah, let's get you the creepy, weird music. I'm joking. Let's go here. Get some real music. It is! Exclamation mark. She's actually been joining me for a few of them, comma. It's been fun. Okay. I really don't want to go into pod without the bow. Yes, 2 minuets. We are not soft-locked by any measure. It's just we gotta decide where we go. Let's actually do early Thieves Town. Let's do that. I sure hope so, Justin. We might be doing it again today because we didn't actually finish. We've got all the new tracks we haven't seen yet still. Well, some of the new tracks we haven't seen yet still. Since we have the rupees, no bet whatsoever, Malcor. Of course it's just going to be a remaster. I must know. Cool. Totally non-info. All he said was, "Buy the black cats. I am cheap." And that's it. By the way, you can tell I'm not used to having the whistle this early because I walked here instead of warping here. Just making fun of myself there while we're here. So yeah, let's do early Skull Woods and early Thieves Town, because we can do both pretty much right next to each other, right here. See what we get. This is my second favorite song of the game. So we're gonna do the trick in Skull Woods here. We don't need to. In fact, how many keys do we have? We already have 2 keys in here. So we really don't need to. But I just want to show the trick off. So, you know. Hookshot. Interesting. That doesn't unlock as much as you'd think, but it does unlock a few things. So here's the trick. You only need 1 key to do Skull Woods. If you do it right. And that is if you go in here, get the 1 key, and then this only works in non-key sanity, by the way. And then don't use it on that door right there. So don't waste a key like I literally just did. Ultimate armor. That's useful. Not what I was going for. Sure. Do we have the big key? We do not. So, let's go ahead and grab this. It's honestly not even worth fighting those guys. A small key to Ice Palace. We have a lot of small keys in Ice Palace. Is that Hyrule Warriors 2, Valton? I've played it with my niece. It's quite fun. I'm not sure how it is long term. I just played it casual with her. So if you're wondering why I don't like using the hammer, it's because it has a shorter range and a smaller hurt box. The sword actually hits a whole sweeping range in front of you. And further out. The hammer does not. Still, the hammer does substantially more damage. In fact, even after a single upgrade, the hammer will still be doing more damage. Okay, so we're going to be careful here, because we have to kill a lot of things and not get reset on it. But yeah, we need the red sword. Forged, I believe, is that one. Before we can actually start using the sword and having it be better than the hammer. As you can see, the hammer is also electroconductive. I don't know why, don't ask me, I didn't make the game. A little close, we made that. Map of Misery Mire. Okay. Oh, hey, I can show you the cat. And then get immediately grabbed by the hand. Well, whatever. You saw the cat for like half a second. I hope you were paying attention, because it's gone. Fun fact. Here's another little secret that most people don't even know about this game. There's a bonus key up there. Hey, King Venomui. Okay, so it's actually faster to save and quit, so we're going to do that. See, now I have to make a choice. I'm going to let you guys decide. Do you want me to do an early partial dip into Thieves Town, or do you want me to go after the Hookshot Caves? We don't have the mirror, so we can't get everything up there yet. But we can get several things. Yeah, so 2 people say go up here. Let's go ahead and do this. Thieves Town it is. Now, you might be thinking, well, shouldn't you just get the guaranteed items? The logic tends to really like you going into dungeons, in my experience. So generally speaking, the dungeons have a chance, I guess I should say a better chance of being something worthwhile. Especially because the game wants you to be doing the double dipping and the triple dipping. Blue is stuff that you can see but cannot get. Usually I don't bother with those because I'm just going to get everything anyways. But I could go see several things and see if it's worth a darn. Thank you, King Venomui, very much. Always appreciate that support. Thank you. If you want to put that towards something in particular, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you. So let's do an early dip. Let's see what we get. Second. Oh, hang on, let me pause the game so I don't die. Gotta save just in case. I don't like doing save states in randomizers because it actually kind of screws with it. But I'm doing that just in case. Because we haven't yet. First save. That's going towards the Dragon Age block. Dragon's Dogma. And Dragon's Dogma. You got it. Pull my windows back. I need to just move this so it's out of the way. There we go. That's better. Okay. So, this is a really weird dungeon. It's considered one of the harder dungeons by, people who haven't played the game before, and for good reason. There's a lot of really frustrating and irritating puzzles in here, and things that can hurt quite a bit. And, it's generally speaking, by the time you have access to this, you do not have most of the upgrades that make this a little bit more palatable. But from a randomizer and a speedrunner perspective, this dungeon is weird because it's one of the least gated dungeons in the game. In fact, it's one of the only dungeons, I think there's 2 or 3 that you can do without actually having to have the boss key. The big key, you know? So, yeah, it's all, you can just blaze through this place if you know where you're going and what you're doing. Like, we could go fight blind right now and see random in action. Hang on. I'm missing one. Where's the one I missed? Oh, duh, it's right there. Yeah, generally when I do a randomizer, hitting Thieves Town early is a common play because there's 4 chests right at the beginning. Yeah, Blind is also an interesting boss. Did you know Blind doesn't have a health value in this game? Real fact. Blind tends to be one of the easier bosses because he doesn't have a health value. So every hit you do to him does equivalent of 1 damage, and you have to hit him 9 times. So he doesn't... I'm saying that wrong. You don't do damage to him, you hit him 9 times. Once you hit him 9 times, he's dead. The reason that's relevant is because most other bosses have health. So once you get sword upgrades and whatnot, it's better to fight them rather than early on. But Blind you can fight right off the beginning, because you can kill him just as easily now as you can later. Things you learn about this. Thank you, Ross, very much for the sub. And if you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Also, I want your thoughts on something, Ross. And I know what you're going to say, but I want, like, actual thoughts once you're done telling me how terrible I am. So, what would you say if LTTP ends up scoring better than Ocarina? I don't know, Blade Travel. Well, actually, I suspect, but I don't know. What I suspect is because Blind is a very scripted fight, it was how they made the scripts work. It was what they had to do in order to make the scripts actually function. That's what I thought. So we'll put that towards the Breath of Fire block, which is going to include 2. Ruby. And Chained Echoes. You got it. Thank you, as always. So we don't have the mirror. I honestly expect LTTP is going to score very well. It's not going to have as high of a story score as Ocarina, but I legitimately think it might have a better gameplay score. We'll see. So that's all of Thieves Town we can do right now. We need the big key. Well, we need several other things to really continue that area. So we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. Admittedly, I'm very biased because I could literally tell you where every item in this game is from memory. Like, I think that's a bit of a variable there, you know? So many of these chests players have never even seen before because they have no reason to. There's no reason to go over here. When I first started doing the randomizer, my reaction was, oh god, I have to do such and such a dungeon. I hate such and such a dungeon. And I just said that for every dungeon. It took me a while to actually realize that I didn't actually hate all the dungeons. I just didn't really... I had bad memories of them from when I was tassing them. Which I know sounds like a really dumb reason to hate them, and that's because it is a really dumb reason to hate them. So once I actually started doing the dungeons, I was like, oh wait, these dungeons are awesome. Because, you know, they are. Whoops, wrong button. Wrong button. There we go. Let's not use the invulnerability. Tier 2 Gaunts. Tier 2 Gaunts. That's the last traversal item. We have access to most of the game now. So I think Lord Harrowmont was the one who said we needed to go for the Hookshot Cave. Looks like you were right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here. We're going to reset a little bit because we're not actually done over here. Might as well while we're right here. Wrong one. I will admit, even though I have this game fairly well memorized, there are 3 caves I tend to get confused, and they're all over here. But yeah, I'm not saying it's going to, obviously, Ross. It's just... It's something that was occurring to us as we were talking about this. Best dungeon in LTTP? Pod. No question. Pod is extraordinarily well designed. And not just because of the fact that it's like the first dungeon again. It's literally a second tutorial. Like, several hours into the game. Sorry, Pod stands for Palace of Darkness. Most people I know just call it Palace of Darkness. In other words, Pod. It's the one with the Helmasaur boss, if that helps. If that doesn't help, it's the first Dark World dungeon. But like I said, the way that the dungeon is laid out, the new Pod is... Blah, 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 I can't even talk. Tower of Hera, that was the name of the other dungeon. Pod is literally laid up to be another tutorial. It's like, okay, here's the new types of mechanics you can encounter. Here's the new types of puzzles and enemies you're going to have to be watching for. You know, there's all sorts of really cool stuff that it does, and it's also kind of long, but it's also not, like, overly long, because it's just dense. It's extraordinarily dense. From a randomizer perspective, the reason so many people look at Pod is because Pod has an insane amount of chests in it. More than any other dungeon other than Ganon's Tower. And I'm just going to look right now. It's like most dungeons have 5, 6, or 8 chests. Pod has, looks like 14, if I'm reading that correctly. Tons of chests. Honestly, I would too, Ross. Okay, so we're gonna go peek at something while we're here. These are the worst enemies in the game, by the way. We're just waiting. It's literally faster to get hit by them. There we go. Since we just got the upgraded gauntlets, we can do that. Hey, Savicom. We're pretty far in. Ooh, it was Quake. Well, let's go ahead and open it up. We're right here. We might as well. This is a really good run, Crazy Horse. It's kind of bonkers how good our luck has been. I'm sorry you didn't make it to the hardware store. I really hope those flies stop bothering you soon. Period. I really don't want to do too much in here. We literally can't actually go past the first entrance, but I do want to talk to the thing and just see what it says. So we're going to do that really quick. Cache is in Eastern Palace. Yeah, that's not helpful. Grab our magic refill. While we're here, there's actually several things we can do. So we're going to do them. First, of course, is... the other hookshot cave. Now, it's possible to do this cave without the hookshot if you have an auto-fire controller or are somehow a mutant freak who can actually input the button roughly 30 times per second. That's not an exaggeration or a joke. You literally have to manage 30 FPS. And if you don't understand why I'm emphasizing this so much, people have done that. There are people who can actually manage that insane feat. Ah, there's the big key. So we can actually finish Desert Palace now. We're going to do that next. I like sweeping. And that's a key for Skull Woods, which we don't need. We're officially no longer in need of keys for Skull Woods. Aw. It's okay, I understand. You secretly just didn't want to watch the randomizer. I knew it. Yeah, I've literally seen them do it on GDQ. I'm trying to think of the damn guy's name because he's, like, the most bonkers good randomizer player in the world. And I can't think of his name. Which is just bothering me. We don't actually need that right now. Oh my god, someone help me out. What's his friggin' name? I don't have the mirror. Whatever. It was just a rupee anyways. Okay. Yeah, Ocarina... Gary and I started playing Ocarina randomizers. And then we stopped. And the reason why we stopped is because Ocarina is a little different from this. A good rando run in LTTP takes, on the high end, 4 hours. You can blaze through it, right? So let's do this, and this, and this. Ocarina just isn't structured that way. Everything takes longer in Ocarina. So the time gap, it's not literally seconds and minutes, like, but it kind of is, you know what I mean? Everything takes so much longer, and getting items takes so much longer, and finding new places takes so much longer, that we were several hours in, like 6 or 7 hours in, and we were nowhere. And it was just like, what are we supposed to do now? We don't need that, but what we do need is to look at our mother. They might actually be nesting in the cat food, period. It might be worth throwing it out and buying a new batch, period. Oh yeah, let's see if I can show off this trick. Oh, okay. I've already failed at showing off this trick, so... never mind. That's another reason I like the Super Metroid randomizers. You can smash through a Super Metroid randomizer in like 2 hours. I already did this. Why am I doing this again? I literally just did this. Wake up, lore. Okay, so we got that, we got that, we got that. I could get that, but that's kind of out of my way. Let's do this. Let's be weird. So, someone mentioned earlier Dark Souls. Dark Souls randomizers are fairly popular. I do know that. So that's FromSoft. Um, there's probably others. Right, the sword. Then that tells you how many crystals you need to enter Ganon's tower. So since we have invincibility... Yeah, Pokemon randos are pretty big, but that's kind of Nintendo again. Kingdom Hearts, thank you. I knew there was another one. Kingdom Hearts is another one. I've just mentioned several Square games, too. So, Square, Nintendo, and FromSoft. Honestly, I think those are the normal ones I tend to hear about. So I don't have the magic upgrade, so this is actually going to be really tight. So we're going to do some of this with health, and some of this with magic. Ooh, that was close. Okay. So this is Spike Cave. It's a big, long, irritating slog for one chest. Now here's the deal. You're probably thinking, why go through all this aggravation just to get one chest? Remember, you need the hammer, some method of invincibility, and or some... So you need some combination of magic restoral, which is from bottles and money, the invincibility and or health, enough to just endure the spikes to get to this point. You could also have the cloak, the cape, although that's magic again. Either way, you've got all of that in the way for getting this far. And it's all for one item. So you'd think this is like the least valued item in the game. And you'd be wrong. There's actually one item that's valued even less than this. But in my experience, I'd say about 6 or so times out of 10, this is actually a worthwhile item. So let's see if it is. Big key to Swamp Palace. Yep, flat required. So that was actually worth my time to deal with the Spike Cave. I shouldn't say always. I'm telling you, 60% of the time. 60% of the time, it's worthwhile. You're probably wondering why we can't spawn in the pyramid, by the way. It's because we haven't killed Aghanim. So, let's go... I said I was going to do Desert Palace next. Let's go ahead and do Desert Palace. And yes, I have played the LTTP and Super Metroid Rando. Only a couple of times, but it is fun. So let's go kill our second boss. Or no, we haven't killed the boss yet. Oh my god, we haven't killed a boss yet. This is weirdly far in for not having killed a boss. I just realized that. Whatever, let's go kill the boss. I'm trying to think of how a WoW rando would work. Well, let me walk that back. I know how a WoW new item, or new game rando would work, like I described earlier. But I don't like new game randos, as I already mentioned. So I'm trying to think of how a WoW open world rando would work. And I'm not sure it would. Because the way an open world rando works is it requires some sort of Metroid-y kind of progression mechanic, right? Some way to unlock new areas to go to. So like in a Final Fantasy IV game, for example, in most RPGs, actually, there are key items, and that's how they do that. The key items become your progression. A compass to Eastern Palace. Well, whatever, let's go kill the boss. Exactly, Mr. Red. So it's like, Like in a Zelda game, again, where you can access is determined by their items, and obviously ditto in a Metroid. So I'm trying to think, like, how would we do that? A zone randomizer. Yeah, you'd essentially have to add stuff to the game. You'd have to add some kind of limiter on where you could go, and then you'd have to add some ability to access that. Kingsfield randomizer. Someone do me a favor and Google that. Is there a Kingsfield randomizer? And if so, please kill me. Oh no, there's an idea, Monobrand. So, hear me out for a second. Imagine if Imagine if every dungeon in the game had a key that is required to access it in WoW. And every boss in the game, from dungeons, all the dungeon bosses, all drop abilities. So your goal then becomes successfully killing... Right! We have boss randomizer on. I forgot about that. So this is blind. Brute forcing this a little bit too hard. I probably shouldn't be. Get a health potion ready. Yep, we're 6 in. Thank you, Retrobrock. I'm so sorry that that exists. Okay, we're just gonna play it cautious for a second. Like I said, it's okay. We have the fighter sword, but 9 hits. Just like I said. Interesting. So, red pendant and a heart piece is not bad from a boss. No, yeah, exactly, Lord Hermit. So you have to physically reach the location. You get 1 spell at the start. And, like, 1 dungeon key. Figure it out. Okay, so that's Desert Palace Sweep. So that was... Desert Palace is... Now I'm setting this manually on the tracker so it knows what I just got. Okay, so red pendant, which is... What item do I need most right now? That's a good question. Sword upgrade would be nice. What I'm mostly missing right now are keys. I mean, it wouldn't, Mr. Red, at all. Ugh. Oh, I like that, Lord Aramon. Oh, yeah, the bow. Thank you. Yeah, I'm missing the bow, which is actually pretty limiting right now. Like, I can't go finish Pod or Eastern Palace because I don't have the bow. No, I said this earlier. Blind, despite being a relatively difficult boss, is actually one of the easiest bosses to get early because of the fact that he just takes 9 hits. Okay, I know what we're gonna do. Let's, we also need the mirror. We haven't gotten the mirror yet, so I need the mirror, I need the bow. And that's the majority of it. Let's do a little cleaning. Let's do a little cleanup. FF5 randos do exist. Although I don't know of an open world FF5 rando. Which is, as I've mentioned many, many times, the only kind I actually like. Oh, we also don't have the flippers. So we need the flippers, we need the mirror, we need the bow. And I think if we had all of those items, we would be in Go mode. For those of you not aware, Go mode is when you have reached a state where you can beat the game. So there's the flippers. And... Really? Huh. Interesting. Well, now we have the flippers. Okay. Let's fail completely. That would be really funny. Crazy. Here's 2 things I need. Thanks, game. This has been the weirdest damn scene. I need to send this to Gary, because this is bonkers. So let's, like I said, let's do a little cleanup. Let's do a little quick and easy cleanup. Well, at the very beginning of the stream, I talk about what randomizers are in substantially more detail, Daedalus. But all you need to know right now is there's two rough types of randomizers. There's new game randomizers, which vary up the stats and specifics, so it's like playing a new game with the same story. And then there's open world randomizers, which challenge and test your knowledge of the game and your expertise therewith. Which is like this one. Turtle Rock. And rupees. We should start burning some of our rupees, I think. Oh, we can't! We don't have the mirror. I don't really need to get this, but as I mentioned earlier, I actually kind of enjoy getting all the items in these. So in the interest of getting all the items, let's go get some rupees, shall we? I don't know about you, but like every billionaire in the world, I really just need that extra $10 right now. Oh no, it really is, Ross. LTTP and Super Metroid, actually, are just perfect randomizer games. The format can and has been applied to other games, but there's a reason this exact game, oh, I already got that, kind of started the randomizer thing. Like, randomizers, this is not a joke, randomizers became big because of LTTP. Yeah, I probably think, what about Pokemon? No, Pokemon's a little different. And it usually isn't, well, excuse me, isn't an open world. It's a new game type of randomizer. The best randomizer I'm seeing? You're looking at it. Smart code, quality of life features, literally recoding the whole thing. Tons and tons and tons and tons of options. This is probably the best one I've seen. That being said, the Ori and the Blind Forest one is surprisingly good. A little interesting how they got it working, but it's still good. Let's do... Yeah, exactly, Crazy Horse. Let's do... this. Let's just get this out of the way. I don't have to do fake flippers, because we have the flippers. I believe there is a Hollow Knight randomizer, but don't quote me on that. That was funny. I drifted ashore without really meaning to. There is a Metroid Prime 1, and a Metroid Prime 2, and a Metroid Prime 3. I don't know if there's a Metroid Dread randomizer. I'm not sure if randomizers are... Well, let me walk that back. I'm not sure if we've reached the point where we can hack the Switch like that. The shamefulness of it is game developers have only barely started getting to the point where they've started baking randomizers in to the games themselves. But to be clear, if Zelda LTTP had this randomizer built in, just another bucket of positives would be on top of it, because holy crap. Yeah, I didn't think so. So Hobo had a bunch of money for us, which makes perfect sense. Tax the poor. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do this. No. There we go. Should actually have that. Yeah, Shattered World is another good example of that kind of a thing. Let's do this. Well... Oh god, no kidding, Crazy Horse. What, the Kakariko song? Sometime? What about the Doom World song of ultimate doominess? I joke, but I love this song. Thief! Thief! Get away, thief! Not that I have... I mean, I got 1,200 rupees burning a hole in my pocket. I probably could actually afford some, but yeah. You're probably thinking, wait, we don't have the mirror. How can we rescue this person? Well, it's really easy. Did you know you could do that? Virtually every trick I've been showing you is still available in the base game. However, I should mention, some of these tricks have actually been patched out in the English version, which came out after the Japanese version. Remember, we are actually playing the Japanese version of the game. Oh my god, Mr. Red. I'm so sorry. Look, Crazy Norse. I learned a lot about this game doing randomizers. What do you want from me? And tasking it. I have tasked this game as a reminder. Bow. We have the bow. Okay, so that's one of the major items we needed. We can't do that because we don't have the powder. Right? We don't have the powder? Right, we don't. We could jump down the hole, but we don't have the powder plate to roll. We could also rescue the chest, but that's a long trip for one item, which I don't really care about right now. We could... No, I can't do that because we don't have... Sorry, let me think about this. I mean, one way or another, we're going to go finish Eastern Palace. Because we got the bow now, so we can sweep another dungeon. I'm curious what boss we'll get. For the curious, it is possible to run into a boss you cannot kill when you gain access to them with the boss randomizer up. Okay, that's a key, so we do need that. We can't get that until we have the mirror. No, Crazy Norse. We actually have access to the Ice Temple, as you just saw that. What I'm really here for is to get some upgrades. Go ahead and grab. Yeah, we're physically incapable of killing Cold Stare right now. We can't even reach... Or hang on, let me think about this for a second. We couldn't kill Cold Stare. We could kill Vitreous. We could kill him. Hang on, let me just... We could kill him. We could kill him. We have killed him. We could kill him. We could kill him. We could not kill him. So yeah, there are two bosses right now that we could not defeat at the moment. That we can just run into a wall on. That would be the guy I can't think of the name of. The Twin Rova. I know that's not what they're actually called in Turtle Rock. And Cold Stare. So what we did is, I think we did full instead of random, Lord Haramont. If you do full, it means all the bosses are randomized. If you do random, it means every individual boss is randomized, which I know sounds like the same thing, but it's what you were describing, right? So every single boss in the game could be Ganon, for example, if you do random. They could also all be, you know, like, blind or whatever. But we did full, so we'll at least see all the bosses. And I can't even go in the first door in the Ice Temple, so there's no reason to even do that. Let's just commit to this. Let's head down here. By the way, if you've been paying attention, we still only have the level 1 sword, so my sword luck is kind of kicking back in. We're well past the point where the level 1 sword is already worthless. And we're still stuck with it. Most random randomizer I've ever seen. There was this one seed, Gary and I were doing multiplayer, where, God, I'm gonna just, I can't give you specifics because you wouldn't know what I'm talking about, but let's just say that he had to go into one specific chest in one dungeon, so I could go into another dungeon, so he could go into the overworld, so I could go into another dungeon, so he could go to another dungeon, so I could go into the overworld. It was just this most back and forth thing you've ever seen. Oh yeah, by the way, sorry, another quality of life change that I meant to mention earlier that the key sanity specifically adds. If you look in the upper left of the screen right there, whoops, pay attention, Lauren. You'll notice that there's my rupees, and there's my current item equipped, and there's my magic, but right below the rupees and the bombs, it says 5 out of 6. That is one of the best quality of life changes, in my opinion, in the randomizer, and one of the biggest reasons why I prefer to play Key Sanity is because of that thing right there. It tells me there are 6 chests in this dungeon, and I have gotten 5 of them. Obviously, very useful when it comes to this kind of a thing. You're probably thinking, what's the chest we're missing? Well, the boss. The only thing we're missing right now is the boss. We're just gonna blitz down here. And then Kira White Noise is gonna become the boss. I always knew, Kira White Noise. I always knew. After this, because almost assuredly the boss isn't going to give us something we need. We're just sweeping. After this, we're going to go ahead and go back to Pod, because it's probably the smart play now that we have the bow. Give me a sec to cure White Noise. Well, I don't want to sound dismissive, Crazy North, but please remember that I've played this game a lot, and I'm very good at it. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I know exactly where I'm going. So, don't take this as necessarily indicative of difficulty. However, it is worth noting that there are options you can set to make this even more difficult. I should probably mention I am actually playing on hard mode. I did turn on advanced mode when we were setting it up. So, shrug. Thank you, Kira White Noise. As always. So, which boss do you think is going to be in here? While I write down Kira White Noise's donation. And I'll put that towards Hard Space, Shipbreaker, Monster Hunter World, and Neo. So yeah, I'm guessing it's either going to be the Twin Snakes, which require items I don't have, or Cold Stare, which requires an item I don't have. No, seriously, that's exactly what I'm predicting here. Whoops. Because it would be the worst possible outcome. Because I have just gone through this whole dungeon for no purpose other than to kill this boss, and if I get here and I can't kill the boss, then I've just wasted my time. Phone hugs, exclamation mark. Hello? Phone hugs for my soon-to-be fly-less mother, exclamation mark. Yeah, I think the RNG is going to backfire. I think exactly what's happening. So, it's blind again! Okay, so apparently we actually clicked random and not full. To go back to what I was telling Haramont earlier. So anyways, it says blind. As you can tell, he takes 9 hits. Oh, Jesus, I'm being way too casual about this. Okay, we're gonna... Oh, shoot. Okay, nope, that's okay. I've got another secret. Okay, anyways. And blind gives us the mirror. That was worth it. Mirror and a crystal. We still don't have access to everything. So let's actually figure this out. What we need that we don't have is we need both canes. No, excuse me. We need the cane of Samaria. We need both rods. And that's actually it. Then we'll have access to everything. No, we have the bow. Right there. So that's swept. And that was one of the crystals. There we go. Okay. That was a red crystal. Excuse me. That was a red crystal. Not that it matters. But whatever. Well, I guess we should keep track of the red crystals now. Alright. I know I said we were just going to do pod, but we just got the mirror. The mirror opens up some options. So, rather than do pod, let's not do pod. Let's do this first. Actually, yeah, no, I'm right. Jesus. Fun fact, did you know that different types of shields also change how your dash works? It only works on certain types of enemies, to the point where I actually think it's a bug. Also, dashing with certain shields, just, you don't. Like, here, look. The shield goes to the side, so you don't have a shield. Because screw you. Okay. Map of Hyrule Castle. Thanks, game. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. For those of you not aware, we've actually already swept Hyrule Castle, and in case you're not familiar with the terminology, swept means we've gotten everything there, we're never going back. We have swept 3 dungeons, actually, at this point. Dungeon 0, 1, and 2. Which is weird that we have swept them in that order. It's just not a commonality. Anyways. Normally, by this point, I've swept other dungeons, because Skullwoods is a very common one to be early, because it's so easy to get through Skullwoods. All you really need is the Fire Rod, and 1 key. And the ability to access it. Most dungeons have much more strict requirements for actually getting everything. I mean, that's true, Crazy Norse. Can't argue. Can't argue. Key 4, Turtle Rock. We're up to 3 keys in Turtle Rock. That's not a good sign. We're also up to 3 keys for Ganon's Tower. Jeez. Let's do the damn chest. Let's just get this out of the way and do it. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's just do this the boring way. Keys are a bad sign when they want us to go into a certain... Because keys usually indicate, hey, I want you to go this way. And I don't want to do Ganon's Tower or Turtle Rock early, and almost assuredly I'm going to have to. I would bet money that that's where the game is pushing me towards. Which is, of course, why I'm resisting doing that with every fiber of my being. Yeah, I just got 3 more Ganon's Tower keys. No! The best part is, I have 3 Turtle Rock keys. That's not enough to sweep there. Which is even worse if you have to do a double dip on Turtle Rock. Map of Hera. Okay, whatever. Let's go ahead and do... I mean, I'm not joking when I say multiple times I've played this game. I have gotten 2, or in some cases, 3 weapon upgrades in Ganon's Tower. That has happened to me. I should see what the opening requirement is. Huh. Okay. We're not quite ready for Misery Mire. Because we literally can't walk in. We need the only spell we don't have right now to get into Misery Mire. I didn't get it, Christmas. I'm sorry. But then again, I hate reading. Reading's the devil and television's twice as fast, so... I'm sorry, I'm kind of doing like a little random things here and there. I'm sort of out of big plays at this point, other than doing dungeons. Misery Mire is kind of hell. It's probably the meanest dungeon for a randomizer, because getting through there just to get the boss is actually really, really easy. Going through to get all the items, there's a lot of items in there. There's like 8 or 9 chests in Misery Mire, which is on the high end. I think it's actually the 4th most density in terms of chests, if we count Ganon's Tower. Ganon's Tower has 25, I want to say, chests, which is, you know, bonkers. Yeah, by the way, Ganon's Tower has, like, 20-something chests. Now, the good news is, we did 7 crystals. The reason that's good news is it means the game logic is going to want us to finish all the dungeons, or at least the bosses of all the dungeons, before we can even enter Ganon's Tower. If you set Ganon's Tower up to be, like, say, only requiring 3 or 0 crystals to enter, then you could find yourself going into Ganon's Tower very early on. And repeatedly. So that's a key for Thieves Town. Don't even need that. Okay, what else? There's that. Oh, we got that. Hang on. Pause. Yeah, we got that. We can clear that now. Exactly, Glitch of all. Yep. There is a non-zero chance. That's exactly why it's such a common thing for me to get weapon upgrades in there, because you don't really need weapon upgrades. The way the logic works is weapon upgrades are bonuses. You don't need them. So, yay. Okay, so we're gonna do 3 more things, I think. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can even complete the game without the Master Sword. I've done that before. Hell, I've done that in the original game, never mind the randomizer. I just realized we don't have the net yet. And you're probably thinking, who cares? Well, the net is how you get fairies. So... okay, these red guys are not fun. I'm just gonna scoop out of here. Actually, no, this is still faster. Hang on. Let's just be quicker. 1991. How many of you don't have to answer this, how many of you were alive in 1991? Well, think about it this way, too, Minuets. All of the items will probably be helpful, but if you think about it for a second, none of them will be required. That's exactly why I was saying that it's a genuine likelihood that you will get sword and shield upgrades up there, because you don't need those in the logic of how the program is scripted. And you have a higher chance of getting them simply by density. Yeah, I'm predicting right now we'll get the Butter Sword in Ganon's Tower. High certainty, I would say. Right. I need to go... Yes. I did this out of order. Sorry, my bad. I guess this way. I did play Link to the Past at launch. Yeah, the Butter Sword, I don't like that term, but I use it because it is the common term. I like the sound and feel of the Butter Sword. It also literally has a higher hurt box than the other swords. So it hits farther, does more damage, and sounds cooler. It's kind of better in every way. Hey, Bragwin. I do hope it gets sorted swiftly, because holy crap. It does not melt in the desert. It hits like a truck, actually. Although there is something that does more damage than the Butter Sword in this game. Can you guess what it is? It's something you would never know about except for Randomizer. I am, Diddy. No, not the hammer. Good guess, though. No, it's actually the silver arrows, which, thanks to the randomizer, you can get before you get, before the end of the game. And did you know silver arrows hit like an absolute truck? They do an insane amount of damage. You can literally one-shot multiple bosses with the silver arrows. Now, they're actually coded that way in the original game. It's just, you only have one boss left by the time you get them in the original game, which is Ganon. Okay, so we did that. Right, I was going to do that next. It's probably something useful, too. So let's do this. Let's just skip up top, shall we? No, it makes perfect sense, Melkor. Ganon actually has a crap ton of health. Like, even with the Butter Sword, it takes a lot of hits to kill him. Yes, and I have had that happen, later on, where I just get the silver arrows, like, as my third or fourth treasure, and I'm like, okay. I guess I'll kill stuff, then. I think it's this one. I can never remember which one to drop down to. We'll try left. Looks like I was wrong. Okay, so we'll do the middle one next. No, but I would kill myself immediately. Just instantly. Just, oh, I have some spiders. And then dead. Like that. Because we need to get our YouTube mandated suicide in, so thank you for that, guy. Arrows? Really? Really? Like, actually, that was one arrow. Wow. Okay. Oh, right, I don't have the frickin'... Okay, whatever. Okay, it's actually faster to do this, believe it or not. I don't like the Death Mountain caves. They loop in on themselves unusually. Probably on purpose. Probably because you're not supposed to be going for all the items in one go like I'm doing. But that old meme, hey, there's spiders in the house. Interesting. I didn't actually mean to go up. I was trying to go up, and I'm stupid. So let's go get that, since we have the mirror now. And we might as well get that, even though I know it's nothing useful. We'll get there, Zacta, but probably not to start, just to see like how well of a job they do at expositing. So you're probably wondering, why aren't you getting the item that's just up to the upper left of here? You can't get those items without the Master Sword. Believe it or not, the Master Sword is actually an unlock item. And it's an unlock item for, I think, 2 items in the game. And it's those 2. That's cool. Terranigma. I have listened to the Terranigma OST, obviously, since we've actually done a review of it at this point. And it sucks! It's the worst OST in the history of the known universe. I don't remember any of the music from it off the top of my head. Yes, we need the Keyblade. Yeah, I'm gonna need Reggie to be executed immediately. Yeah, he made a pun. No, it was a really bad pun. No, really bad. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Cool, Crazers. Remind me to never play Age of Wonders 4. Ever. So, we have 2 choices now that we've swept the overworld as much as we're getting. We can dip into Pod, or we can do Swamp. I think we're going to do Swamp, because we can finish Swamp right now. Yeah, but the enemy might pick the trait. And if the enemy picks the trait, Crazy Norse, then I'm going to have to burn their entire race to the ground. Even if they're my allies. I'm going to have to betray them. Like, imagine, like we're lifelong friends and allies, and we've been together and comrades against the swarms of the enemy for decades upon decades, and then they get spider mounts. And then I just say, very well, to war! And then I just sweep over them like a tide of death and destruction. And the whole time they're begging me to stop, saying, no, please, we've been allies, we've been friends, you were at my daughter's wedding! But no, they're all dead. All of them. Because they chose spider mounts. Because that's what would happen. So I don't really know why, but in my head, for the longest time, and I still kind of have this problem to this day, I always thought of this as, like, the sluice, or, like, I don't know, the waterway dungeon. And when someone says swamp, my first thought is Misery Mire. Because that's a frickin' swamp. But no, this is actually the swamp dungeon. Yeah, we completely collapsed the internal infighting because of this horrific betrayal. And the whole time we're just completely unrepentant because they made spider mounts! Okay, so I mentioned that soft locking isn't really a problem in this game. And it isn't. There is literally one exception to this. It's not a true soft lock, it's just an annoyance lock. There's a single item in this dungeon that it's possible to prevent yourself from getting without resetting the game. And that may be an item you actually need. So that can be a problem. I'll point it out when we get there. What's a miracle? Gum. Like, RNG is RNG. Damn it. Do I have any healing items right now? I do. Cool. I should be a little more cautious. We walked in here with low health. So it's possible to have a key right now. And then walk up here and go through this door. And once you go through that door, you add water to this area, which prevents you from getting that item, which is a key. Now, this can actually have a cascading effect later, too. Because there's a second time you can flood an item without actually meaning to in this dungeon. Now, it's not a true softlock, because you can get out of it. It's just... It's really irritating, because you effectively have to hit the reset button and just be like, alright, go back to the dungeon, start over from scratch, unlock the thing, blah, 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 blah. It's a whole thing. So don't do that, is what I'm trying to say. Before you ask, it's only possible to do that at random. A lot of enemies in Swamp. How can you throw a bomb underwater? I should probably mention, if it's not, I'm not being obvious, you literally can't even reach the item in question. So, no, it's gone. Do we have the big key? We do have the big key. Okay. That's true, and underwater bombs are actually an item in this very series. Not this game, but this series. Okay. Let's be cautious, let's be cautious. We have a crap sword. We're supposed to have the level 2 or 3 sword at this point. Depending on how we've been doing things. Almost did it. Almost did it again. Right. I mean, but those are usually explainable. That's why I'm confused by that. Like, just because we don't have the information on why it happened or how it happened doesn't mean it's unusual or whatever. Anyway, so, key. Yeah, so that's the second time you can flood a key. You notice I almost did it just now, on accident. So, whoops. This is what I mean by flooding the item, because then the item would be down there, and we're screwed. This is the much worse one to go pick up, because this is much further into the dungeon, and again, you have to do the whole damn thing all over again. Which is just irritating. Not a true soft lock, but it's as close as this game gets to one. Listen, Zelda just doesn't like water. The woman, she doesn't like water. She used to hate bath time as a kid. And so her subconscious hatred of bath time just infused into the world around her. Oh yeah, you can do this trick in this version. Forgot about that. There's the net. So we can get fairies now. It's actually all the net gets us, but honestly, fairies are pretty useful. So I'll take it. I also screwed that up. I meant to go to the left first, but whatever. But yeah, to be clear, in case you didn't see it, that's actually a frame-perfect trick, which only works in this version of the game. It was patched out in the English version. You have to use the hammer and the dash at the exact same frame. Like this. Half magic. Now that is a quality of life I'll take. There's also a quarter magic, by the way. Which, you know, you have to set up the randomizer in a certain way to get, but it's very useful when you do. That's true, we could go kill Ganon right now. We're not going to, although we could, actually, now that I think about it, because we do have the one key we need for that. Yeah, it makes all the magic cost half, and there's actually a quarter cost later, which is obviously even better. on health, so we'll go ahead and grab that. God dang it. Frick. And right as I was swinging, quick! Lightning! Speaking of items I never get, unless I'm playing a randomizer, there are 3 items here that I never get unless I'm playing a randomizer. There's actually a lot of those. Like, because most of these are just, like, chest, keys, or arrows, or not keys, arrows, or rupees is what I meant to say. So there's powder, and there's access to Misery Mine. I guess I know where we're going next. Yeah, no more avoiding it. We're going to have to go to Misery Mine now. And there's the third one, which is a big key for pod. Ooh, okay. That's interesting. No, we have the bow. We have the bow. What are we missing? We need the wands, and we need the cane. Ironically, 3 of the 4 items we're missing are required. Yeah, they're 100% cosmetic trace marks. Whoops. No. Alright, how many of you were stuck at the thing I just did for hours the first time you played this? So I mentioned some of the dungeons don't require boss keys to do the boss. This is one of them. 9 of 10, so we have swept other than the boss. Which boss do you think it's going to be? While you think about that, I'm going to type up some thoughts, because I've been thinking. Moldorm is the big snake dude who usually knocks you off into a pit. Okay. What do we got? Someone I cannot defeat. Okay. That was Cold Stare. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I could defeat him now. That's actually my fault, but whatever. It would have been a colossal pain to do it. Cold Stare has a ton of health, and yeah, without a better sword and or the fire rod, that's just not happening. Lantern won't do it. I do actually have Bombos, which could do it. But the problem is, I could get him to phase 2, but phase 2 is just going to be such a pain, and he hits like a truck. So honestly, I don't really feel bad about not trying there. So let's see what our other options are, shall we? What do we got? We could do Misery Mire. Well, we could do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do a quick pickup. Just one quick thing. Super quick. Because honestly, I think it's Misery Mire or Pod at this point. Hey, I'm not a creeper! That's hurtful. This is the character I was going to have random play. Except we didn't have him in the game, or the theater of it. And then we did. Rubies! Okay, that was worthless. Okay. We've only beaten 2 bosses. For all the items we have done very few dungeons. Thank you, Walker, very, very much. I do always appreciate the support. Let's... Screw it, let's do Pod. Well, I looked up what was just donated towards. Looks like the usual tiny can. There we go. And the heart block and FF7R1. Thank you, Walker. We have mostly finished the floor at this point. That's where we're at. We still need the baseboards, the ceiling tiles, the vents, the electrical wiring, the air tubing, and I think that's it, other than, you know, the doors. The doors aren't even showing up until late July at the earliest, or a week into August, depending on which estimate they've given me is accurate. So the doors are going to show up way too damn late, in other words. So the studio isn't going to get set up for, honestly, an absolute bare minimum of another month and a half. And that's if we somehow get everything installed pretty much when the doors show up. I gotta be a little careful around here because these enemies hurt. I mean, I'm doing okay on health, and I do have the 3rd armor. But I want to walk into here with as much as I can. Which is why I immediately get hit twice by the same enemy. It's all part of the fun. We're seeding the RNG is what we're doing here. How many of you got stuck on this because your TV was so bad you couldn't see the path? How many of you knew you could lose Kiki the monkey here if you get hit? That sounds like a horrible scene, Gum Gum. No offense. Okay, so I gotta think about this. Because Pod, there's a really specific way I want to do this place. Pod has, like, God, 12 keys, but you only need 9. I might be screwing up my numbers, but you get the idea. It's not... You don't have to 100% this place in order to 100% this place. And we don't have enough keys to 100%. We only have 3 keys right now. So, for example, that middle door, we're hopefully never going to actually go through that door. Because we have other methods. Oh, we have powder now. We also have the net. Come on, get her. Man. And now we have fairies. Heart containers in the mini boulder. Yeah, I already got that. Thanks, game. Thanks. I mean, it means exactly what it says, Gum Gum. Killing more people with less effort. That's it. You could shoot a person, or you could shoot a bunch of people. This is why we needed to have the bow, by the way. You cannot kill these without the bow. Yes, that's 2 enemy types you cannot kill without the bow. In the vanilla game, you always have the bow before you encounter them. But we're playing a randomizer. No joy there. A key to the Tower of Hera. Okay. Neat, but not what we need right now. So yeah, notice how we have now completely skipped the earlier door. The key door. So we can just move on with our lives and pretend it never existed. Yay! Let's... Do we have the big key here? We do. Okay. Let's do a back sweep first. So we're going to burn one of our precious keys to get access to this chest here. It's the only way to get access to this chest. The cave. One of the most useless items in the entire game. Cool. The compass for this very dungeon. Okay. Oh. So we're down 1 key, and so far we've gotten nothing. Okay, let's do this. Skip these. Pop that. Get hit by all the squiggies, the second worst enemy in the game, by the way. Just irritating. Compass for Ice Palace. Something. 2 keys. So now we have to start making some decisions, because there's another key door, which will guaranteed get us 1 chest, but only 1. If we go down, that's also another chest. We don't need either, but, you know, we're here to get all the items, so... We're getting a lot of nothing here. I think this is just how this works. Yeah, no, this is a great dungeon, honestly. It's very, very dense. So, we have 1 key left. We have to pick left, down, or in. If we go in, we can reach the boss. If we go left, we can reach the big chest. If we go down, we can reach a chest. Which one do we do? We only have 1 key. If you're wondering from the perspective of a person who, you know, randomizes this all the time, I would say down, and here's the reason why. There's a decent chance there's nothing actually in this dungeon. Like, there's nothing useful. So if we want to get the most efficient use of our time, we should tunnel down as far as we can now, which is to the boss. If we kill the boss now, there's still 2 chests we haven't gotten, and if we get more small keys in the future, we could get those small chests without having to go further into the dungeon again, right? So, I'm going to vote for down. Because we got to go around. The fact that we still have the frickin' fighter sword is honestly hilarious to me. Oh, come on! At least we have a sword at all, that's true. There are very, very small... There's like 3 things in the whole game that actually require the sword. So we have a sword. There's our 1 key. Let's see how we roll. So, I'm going to go ahead and ask this now. What boss do you think we're going to get in here? For perspective, the room we're about to be in does have several spikes in it, so that could be part of the equation there. I just want to soak crap here. Moldorm would be one of the worst options, I'd say. Oops. Pay attention, Mark. There we go. last chance to get. It's Moldorm, who looks like that. Don't ask. Oh my god. Just getting shoved into the corner there. Thankfully, Moldorm doesn't have that much health. You can literally one-shot him with the some of the later stuff. Because you're not supposed to have it by then. Fire Rod. That means we can go do Skull Woods now. And the Courage Pendant. Which means we can get an item from Sahasrara. That was the correct choice. Okay. So let's go get the item from Sahasrara first, because we're literally right here. Then we'll do Skull Woods. Yeah, we can also go kill the boss of Swamp and finish sweeping Swamp. So that was actually pretty lucrative, all things considered. We need 2 small keys to finish up on a heart. Thanks, Sahasrara. Love you too. We could also do that. I don't even remember where to do that. Hang on, I want to see something real quick. Because there's an item I can never remember where it is, or rather how to reach it. Let's go poke at it really quick. For science. Still only have the level 1 sword, by the way. I think I forgot how to smile. I wrote a song. On a guitar and through to the sky, it was my song. It contained beasts and free minds. It flirts on the wind and lurks in our minds. It's the song of nature, humanity of dreams and dreamers. Yeah, no kidding, Malkor. Like I said, I am sharing this one with Gary. I think he's going to get a kick out of it. Okay, I think this is it. Maybe? It's Bumper Cave is what I'm looking for. Nope, this isn't it. I don't remember how to get to Bumper Cave. Does anyone remember how to get to Bumper Cave? I sincerely doubt it, because every one of you in chat is probably thinking, where the hell's Bumper Cave? Probably back, Crazy Horse. But it might be more Mario Kart. I don't remember Noctis, that's why I'm kind of like, I know exactly what it looks like. I even know where the end point is. I don't remember how to get there. Hang on. I know, Crazy Horse, I'm sorry. What can I say? I'm addicted to fun. Whoops. The first time I ever played this game, I actually got really frustrated because, well, because I wasn't used to Metroids. And I'm going to say it that way because the overworld of the Dark World is very Metroid-y in where you can go and how you can go there. And so I kept trying to go to someplace else, and it's like, no, you have to go here. And I'm like, but I don't want to go here. Yeah, I need to be in the Dark World of right here, which means I need to go through frickin' Bumper Cave. Well, while we're here... Let's see how there's not this way. I may have to Google this. For how to reach it. key. And that might be a pod key, so... Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Whoops. God damn it. I guess it would have been faster to have just flew at that point, but whatever. You're probably wondering, what the heck is Bumper Cave? I'm going to ask you a question. For those of you who have played this game, how many of you have ever seen the Bumper Cave? Ever? If you don't even know what it is, that's also a valid answer of, huh? We've already showed off Spike Cave. That's a fun one. I need to go down like here, don't I? No, that's yeah, I didn't know Bumper Cave even existed until I did a rando. Then again, there's a lot of caves I never knew existed until I did a rando. So, whatever. Okay, so here's the lower cave. I thought I already went in here. I did already go in here. Okay. Oh, no. I know what you mean, Noctis. I know what you mean. I know where it is. I know where it is. Yeah, it's one of the, so once again, there's a couple items in this game that only unlock one thing. Like, the dash boots only unlock, like, 3 items. Well, the cape only unlocks 1 item. Yeah, I tend to forget to even go over here, because there's, like, no reason to go over here under normal circumstances. Except to get to the Bumper Cave. You can see why usually people skip this, even at a rando. What do you want to bet it's nothing? Okay, so which variety of nothing do you think this is going to be? Is it going to be rupees? Is it going to be arrows? Or do you think it's going to be bombs? These are our options. What do you think? What do you think? Never mind, it's a heart piece. We can see it right there. What's there normally is a heart piece. Oh my god, leave me alone. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. So the reason I call it Bumper Cave is because the only way to get past this thing is to have no collision. No item in the game gives you no collision. Except for the cloak. Anyways, so now that we've gotten Bumper Cave, let's... I mean, we're right here. Let's do Skullwoods. And then we'll go ahead and go down to do, Swamp. See if we can sweep Skullwoods, because I don't think we can right now. We'll see, we'll see. Also, whichever boss here will almost guaranteed be the hardest boss of the game, because it's going to be fought in the Skullwoods boss arena, which is the one with the moving conveyor belts. Oops, oops, oops. So, that'll be fun. Yes, that's what I thought. Sorry, I don't remember coming in from the right side. It's blind. Oh my god, blind in that area would be awful. Blind in the spiked room with conveyor belts would be terrible. Okay, come on. Laura, pay attention. I don't know why. I keep thinking I'm in the light world and not the dark world, and I'm stupid. So let's fix that. Let's go in the correct area, which is to the right here. Come on, pay attention. Please come back, fairy. Please. Fairy! Fairy! Thank you. I should mention that you could argue that thanks to the logic of how the programming works for these, it would make sense for you not to get the sword upgrades early on. And while that's true, statistically speaking, my friend Gary almost always gets his sword upgrades very early on. I'm the one who always gets nothing. I only point that out because we still have the level 1 sword. 3 bosses down, and we still have the level 1 sword. Is another thing I was stuck at forever as a kid. Also kind of horrific while we're on the subject. So normally we could actually just skip that chest down here, but we're trying to get all chests. No, we haven't been bottlenecked at all. We have had no moments, which is good. This is overall a pretty decent seed. Come on, there we go. Just worth it. Those guys right there, when we cover the LTTP version of this game, might actually qualify as a negative. The hand grabbers. Ignoring the fact that they reset your progress, which is very frustrating. There's also the fact that they kind of cheat. Their collision on hitting you is a little wonky when they're going up into the air. So it's possible to literally just be above them as they're retreating and still get captured. You notice I go out of my way to make sure I don't have the same y-axis every time that they go up. That's a problem. What chest am I missing in here? Yeah, I've been grabbed right there. Oh my god. Okay. That's not the worst option, but, I'm currently stuck in their hitbox. Yep, okay. Oh my god. Yep, this is how you make Armos actually challenging. Oh my god. They do not like being in this room. It's okay, some of the bosses go completely glitch out in this room. It's really funny to watch. Okay. And a crystal. That was fun. What chest am I missing, though? Oh, the big chest. Do I have the big key for here? I do not. That's why I didn't get that. Okay. So we didn't actually sweep Skull Woods because we don't have the big key for it yet. Yeah, there's no choice. We have to go to Swamp now. And yes, I am Europe. I hope you guys are having fun. Because if you aren't, then I'm not doing my job properly. God dang it. Ooh, coffee, I hear, does make me more palatable. Having trouble dealing with your lore in the morning. Have a nice cup of gray. Black or brown or mud. Whatever you call coffee, I don't know. I'm not a coffee person. One thing I do like about LTTP randomizers specifically is how fast-paced it is. Because of how... We talked about this with Ocarina. Ocarina's problem is the exact opposite. It takes so long in between decisions and routing and items that there can be huge swaths of just, ugh. By contrast, in the LTTP rando, you get items rapid fire. And you progress rapid fire. And I'm going out of my way to get everything, too, which I don't really have to do. I'm just doing it because it's fun. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and sweep Swamp. Would I rather have a Zelda maker or a Mega Man maker? Keep in mind, we actually have both unofficially. I actually have done a Zelda 1 randomizer. It wasn't that interesting. Zelda 1 just doesn't have the depth necessary to make the Metroid thing work. And Zelda 2, I don't hate myself that much. I feel like I'd rather have a Zelda maker. I love Zelda puzzles. In fact, I even call them Zelda puzzles. And I adore the concept. I adore so much of what they can do with this kind of a thing. I would even love, like, a 3D Zelda maker. Done in like, Twilight Princess or Breath of the Wild or whatever kind of an engine, if that was even possible. So, yeah, no, I think I'm going to go with Zelda. I love Mega Man to death. But at the end of the day, it's just Mega Man, right? It's cool. I don't know if eager is the right word. I'm looking forward to it, but, like, you know me, I tend to not really think about things until they're there. So I'm just kind of... It's not in my mind yet, you know what I mean? Right now I'm thinking about 15 other things. So, Cold Stare. Could have done this last time. But, given how hard he hits, like, he can 3-shot us right now. We're going to use these. Yeah, this is a deceptively hard boss. I actually think this is one of the hardest bosses in the game. Because he hits like a truck. And it's... Those little pieces of ice popping out are the real danger here. He hits really hard. Excuse me, she, going by the theater. You did see the LTTP theater, right? Right? There we go. Cane. Which is one of the items we needed, which we were missing. It's true, you voiced the uncle, Dream Whisperer. Did a good job with it, too. Okay, that is Swamp swept. We can actually knock that one off there. Okay, we could sweep Misery Mire right now, which I really, really don't want to do. So naturally, that's where we're gonna go next. Okay, let's just commit to that. Delicious kale. I actually can't stand kale. Which is funny, because I love greens. But I do not like kale. I can't do kale. A game where I enjoyed motion controls. So, I'm going to be clear about this, and define motion controls as different from gyro. controls, okay? So, having given that distinction, no, I have never enjoyed motion controls. I don't think I've ever had kale in a stew. I don't know. Example of motion controls. Well, there's obviously the waggle, but, you know, Skyward Sword. Or, you know, what's that stupid, the samurai one. Red Samurai or something like that? Oh my god, I can't think of the name of it. Anyways, most people think you have to do Swamp before you do Misery Mire, because you need the hook shot to get across, right? Well, no. There's two other ways you can do it. First, you can bomb jump over, literally. But actually, that's overcomplicating it. All you need is the Pegasus boots. How many of you knew you could do that? I know I keep asking that question. Nice little tidbit. Even though the Wizrobes hurt and suck, they only have 1 health. So even the Fighter Sword can kill them. True to form. Alright, so I'm gonna be honest, this is probably my worst dungeon for remembering where all the items are, and it's because I have the route for beating the dungeon so memorized. What I mean by that is I know exactly how to beat this dungeon very, very quickly. Because you can skip 80% of this dungeon. But what I don't remember is where all the frickin' items are. So... we also don't have the compass in here, so we don't have guidance on where those items are. I just realized we also still only have the level 1 shield, too. So that's just making everything worse here. So level 1 shield, level 1 sword, Misery Mire. This should be fun. So let's head up here. We only have 1 key, too. Now, you only need 1 key to beat the dungeon. Whatever. Right, I need to switch around. Okay, so, we'll come back to that. Come back to that. Really? Okay, so we're gonna hit this. And then we're gonna go down. We're gonna go right back up. Oh, I think that's right. Hang on, hang on. Okay, yeah. The bomb jump, the Pegasus jump is almost assuredly unintentional, Blade of all. Like, guaranteed. You know what? Everything die. Thank you. Bombos is a great spell. In fact, frankly, the spells are one of the things that LTTP does best of, like, all the Zeldas. In my opinion. All 3 of them are nicely visceral. We're already low on health. So we're going to do a glitch. You can do this in the original version, too. Much easier to do that puzzle with that. Yeah, visceral and useful. Quake, basically is like a polymorph, mass polymorph spell, which is very useful in the Dark World. Especially if you're, you know, getting overwhelmed. The other one freezes them all, which, you know, freezes them so they're no longer an issue. And, of course, Bombos just kill them. A compass requires the hammer. Oh, that's not helpful. Let's get our chest. Oh, yeah. I should talk about that. Do we have the big key? We do have the big key. Cool. Let's get some health back. We're a little low. So we could go to the boss, like, right now. But again, we're trying to get items. So let's see if we can find where the rest of them are. I know, right, Blade Jamal? Can I please have a better sword? I've got 1,000 rupees. No. But, no. Fine. Just trying to save the world. It's fine, it's fine. It's okay. Afterwards, I'm going to set up my own sauna and salon. It'll be great. If you ever wanted to be pampered, I got your back. I think we need blue down. I think we'll leave it at that. Really wish we had the compass, because I don't remember exactly how many items are in here. Let's actually do this. Let's do this. We're gonna blow a key. Because I know there's a bunch of items like right here. So it should be worth it. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. The map of Skull Woods. Oh, that's cool. Come on, King. Hope you get bone here. No, I usually just go for it, Savacom. Compass of Thievestown. I think we've swept everything other than the bottom. I'm trying to think if there's... Oh no, there is one item we didn't get. One. Literally one. It's that one right there. Let's go get that. This should be the last item in this dungeon. I hope. Not counting going down. So the last item up top. Cool. Arrows. It's better than one arrow, which is also a possibility, by the way. Oh yeah, hang on. Who wants to see a cute cat? Over here. Let me do this really quick. Oh, okay. Now, so, like I promised you, this is Magus' transform form. There you go. Enjoy. So you're probably thinking, why couldn't we do this dungeon earlier? Like, you've been doing a whole sorts of things that you could have done earlier. Well, there's one exception. This is one of two things in the entire game that cane is required for. It's actually the item you get from this dungeon. And technically the other thing you could bypass. You don't need it. It's just, you know... And I'm double checking something really quick. That's what I thought. Come on, get back here. Okay. So I hope you enjoyed that. There's going to be one other time we use the cane in the entire game, and it's going to be in the Ice Temple. I think I need bombs right now? I'm trying to remember where I'm at in the playbook here. Okay, I don't feel like taking damage. I like to use the cane periodically just for fancy points, but we're pretty low on magic right now, so we're not going to do that. I don't think they're due, Dakota. I could be wrong, of course. I look forward to being proven wrong someday, but this might literally be as high-end as it gets. Because people kept developing for this for a long time. I would actually have to check the changelog, because I'm curious when the last update was for this. I bet it's more recent than you'd think. Whoop, 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 whoop. So, what boss do you think is going to be in here? I'm sorry, I misspoke. What I meant by that was that the only time you use the cane to make a block is for the two things in question. Only one of those mandatory. Armos again! Sure. You are, of course, correct. The Cane of Samara is actually required for progression in Turtle Rock. Which is why I walked in earlier than immediately walked out. As you can see, Armos are very terrifying foes. Yep, if I hadn't gotten those 10 arrows... Oof. Oh, that's interesting. So we now have all 3 pendants, which means we can get the Master Sword. Good afternoon, Not-Zero. Hello, Adrock. Excuse me, said that wrong. I apologize. So we can get the Master Sword now. We're going to do it, of course. We're trying to get all items. What do you want to bet it's something pathetic and terrible? It's not going to be a sword improvement. I almost guarantee it. I have literally seen the Master Sword be a useful item once. And it wasn't even my seed. It was someone else's seed. Once. I don't think Genova qualifies as evil, to be very blunt. Genova's a virus. There's no evil there. There's no good. There's no anything. No, I just realized I don't know how to get to it from this area. Fine, we'll go the other way. Yeah, viruses are bad, but they're not evil because they're viruses. They don't have the capacity for morality. A wave of lava washing over you is not evil. It doesn't even notice that you exist, because it is not an entity. Anyways. Where we going? It's funny to me how very quick and easy you can get to the Lost Foods, but of course, that's if you know where you're going. And you're probably thinking, oh, you're just saying that because you're dumb. Well, no, I got super lost in here the first time I did this. So anyways, do I think the Master Sword would help against Lavos? Leaning towards no. Oh god, I think I know what this is going to be. A piece of heart. Not the worst thing I could have gotten, actually. I have literally gotten 1 rupee out of that before. I've also gotten 1 arrow out of that before. Okay, so we got the Master Sword. Did we sweep? Swamp? I guess we could double check. Hang on a sec. 1, 2, 3. Okay, just making sure my track was correct. I screwed up there. Thank you, Croatia. Very, very much. As always. If you happen to know what you want to put that towards, do please let me know. I'm in a weird state. I'm not sure where to go next. I guess Ice Palace. Because we have the Fire Rod now. So we can access the Ice Palace. Yeah, that seems to be the option. think we could do Aghanim's Tower, which does unlock one item. One. These are always the weird moments for me when you're sitting there thinking, what haven't I gotten? What is there that I can get? We could also access Turtle Rock. What do you want to bet it wants us to go to Turtle Rock? What do you want to bet? We're not going to do that. We're going to do Ice Palace first. So that's going towards Gothic 1, Mass Effect. You want me to? And the Dragon Age block. You got it. Thank you, Croatia. As usual. Croatia! Alright. Yeah, our options right now are basically Turtle Rock or Ice Palace, and that's actually kind of it. We could also try Aghanim's Tower, I think? Hang on, do we have that? No. Well... Actually, we could do... Let's do Aghanim's Tower. Let's just do that. Get that out of the way. Because I think we have all we need for that. And you're probably thinking, how do you access Aghanim's Tower without the Master Sword? Well... There we go. I'll show you. Anyways, if I didn't answer you out loud, Dakota, I would say that, no. I don't think anything that slays evil would work on Lavos. Ignoring the fact that Lavos doesn't really have any demonstrable sentience. There's also the fact that Lavos only speaks once in 2 games. And in a way that I would honestly consider to be non-canon, especially since it's actually not Lavos at all, it's Lavos' spawn. So I'm gonna go with a hard no on that. Would it work on Golbez? I think it would get confused on Golbez. Oh my gosh, go away. Like, I think Golbez would be like, I'm not trying to be facetious. I really think it would, like... Yeah, if anything, I think it would work against, you know, Zemus rather than Golbez. Banon? Oh, you mean Baron? I mean... Yeah, no, it would totally kill the crap out of, you know, the person impersonating Baron. Unless you really do mean Banon, in which case, I'd say with no. Oh, right. I mean, that's probably not true. They probably didn't mean anything by it. But in the rewrite, what the hell? We'll have to talk about that. Hang on. So, Gum Gum asked to be numbers, and I haven't had a chance to read them yet. Okay, so let's see here. The Emperor loses 3 million people. Oh, that's dumb. To try to twist it so only 6,000 die. I don't understand the question. Big key for Hera. We can do Hera now. We can sweep Hera now. Like, there's no question there, Gunga. If you can kill 3 million people, or you can kill 6,000 people, then you kill the 6,000 so that more people... Like there's nothing there! Huh. This is interesting. So we're done here. We actually are missing a key. But we can do Tower of Hera. So that was... so the irony there is what I just did was objectively the wrong call that lucked into getting me an item I need to progress. So... by sheer luck, we can now progress and actually sweep the dungeon, which is Hera, excuse me. We can't sweep the Terra dungeon. That's just too much. Oh, also, because some people have legitimately asked about this, Terra has green hair in the rewrite. Okay, we're done. So, let's go grab this. I mean, I could bring them. Yeah, it's an option. Oh, we're low on arrows. Holy crap. A unique item is in the Lost Woods. I don't think I agree with that sentence. Oh, no, it was. It was like the boots or something, wasn't it? There's a third bottle now. Jesus. And we have our one key. So, I don't remember if this trick works on the English version, but if you just grab the wall while invisible, your magic stops going down. So I can just sit here and hold A and do nothing. Also, you could tell how much of a Zelda noob I am that it took me literal years to realize that that picture is actually a reference to Zelda 1. Now I know what you're thinking. What's the reference to? You know, I don't even remember right now off the top of my head. I'm not a big knowledgeabler first about Zelda 1. I know Zelda 2 better than Zelda 1, which probably says something about me. That's right, Death Mountain map. Thank you. That depends on your options, essentially, but in our specific case, we have changed where the bosses are, where all items are, and where all keys are, and where everything is. We have not randomized enemies, which you can do. We have not randomized damage values. We have not randomized drop values. You know, it's the same game, it's just all the stuff are in different locations. Yeah, you'll notice I'm doing it in a particular order, specifically to try and avoid having to deal with that blade ball. Wait. You can put whipped cream in oatmeal? This is a game changer right here. Upgraded boomerang. Doesn't really do anything different, but we got the upgraded boomerang, yay! I literally think it doesn't even do more damage. I'm not actually sure about that. It doesn't even hurt some enemies. Yay! Could have used a shield, or a weapon, or a heart. Oh, I got the boomerang. Let's go see what the dungeon item is, shall we? This should be a fun one. Come on. There we go. Compass of Turtle Rock. Not bad. We will eventually need that. So, we are now about to fight a boss in an area that has pits. What boss do you think we're going to find? Blind. That would actually suck. There we go. Oh my god, it's Moldorm. It is possible. Like, we're in full random. Unfortunately, we still have no sword upgrade, so this is just a default fight here. Straight out of vanilla. Yeah, honestly, a little boring. Blind would have been awful. My favorite I've gotten here is the Helmosaurus, which, if you don't remember, is the vanilla boss of Pod. And let's just say that his tail has knockback. You know, when he goes... So there's Tower of Hera. Was that a red? Nope, that was a blue. I've only got one red. Okay, so we have swept Tower of Hera. Yep, we got 3 bombs. That's what I wanted in life. I'm gonna look something up really quick, because there's a location that it says I can reach, and I'm not sure about that. Oh, never mind. I know where that is. I know where that is. I can reach that right now. What I can also get is too large of a donation from Not Zero, which is something that can also happen. That's a proven possibility. Thank you, Not Zero 2. Always appreciate that support. Thank you. What in the world? Sorry, give me 1 second, please. We already did Super Bunny, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we already did Super Bunny. For those of you not aware, it's called Super Bunny because you can actually reach it as the bunny if you do the Super Bunny trick. Which means you can access it much earlier than usual. And it's several items, so that's always neat. Okay, let's think about this. Let's think about this. Let me take a brief pause. Let me... Do you mind? We actually cannot do Ganon's Tower yet. We need to have all the crystals before we can do Ganon's Tower. We can't do Pond because we're missing keys. We can't do Skull Woods because we're missing a big key. I'm not sure if we're done with Mizzy-Meyer. So literally, our only options are Ice Palace, Thieves Town. Hang on, do we have Thieves Town? No, we can't do Thieves Town. All right, so our only option, excuse me, is Ice Palace or Turtle Rock. So I'll let you guys decide. I'm going to AFK very briefly here. But what do you think we should do? Ice Tower or Turtle Rock? I'll give you some good music to listen to. Fire Rod makes Ice Palace possible. You literally can't get in the front door if you don't have the excuse me, if you don't have the Fire Rod. So let's see, Turtle Rock, Ice Tower, Turtle Rock, Turtle Rock. So it sounds like Turtle Rock, which is appropriate because we're already up here. One thing I don't like about Turtle Rock, let me walk that sentence back. One thing I hate about Turtle Rock, in a Key Sanity specifically, is double dipping, because just getting to Turtle Rock is this huge hassle. There's no quick way up here. There's no shortcutting. There's no making this trip easier or quicker. Well, obviously I've moved, not zero, given the current situation. Right now I'm looking at maybe another couple of months before I actually have my new studio built and set up. That's kind of where we're at. The old place is probably dead and gone. I'm also probably just down $800 that I probably shouldn't be, so that's cool. And there's probably nothing I can do about that. Okay, so this dungeon is gargantuan. It's actually the largest dungeon in the game, not counting Ganon's Tower. And has to be done in a pretty specific order to make sure you get everything from it. Thankfully, we have half magic. Doing this dungeon without half magic is just a colossal pain. So, this could be much worse. That's also true for Ice Tower, by the way, funnily enough. So how many of you knew you were invincible while you use the thing that I screwed it up? But hang on, I'll try to demonstrate better. Ah, damn it! I keep aiming it wrong. Okay, let me try this again. Really? Hang on, we'll do it this way then. There, you're invincible while you're using the damn thing. That's also true in the English version. Okay, there's an item I almost never get unless I'm doing a randomizer, so we're going to go grab that really quick. I don't even remember what this is in the vanilla game. I have no idea. It's probably like the compass or the map or something worthless like that. Look, Reggie. Just give me 5 more tries. I'll get it. Yeah, whatever it was probably more valuable than literally 1 rupee. God damn, this dungeon with the frickin' fighter sword. Hey, arrows. Oh my god. I mean, it depends on what they do with its active, but you're right. I don't like it as a default. Chain chomps. Gotta have chain chomps in a Zelda game. It's required by law. By the way, these guys hurt like hell. Like, just, these guys hit like a truck. They're, I believe, the actual hardest-hitting enemies in the entire game. No, these aren't the ones I referenced earlier. These are in a dungeon. Hardest-hitting overworld enemies are actually those pterodactyls that only show up towards the Dark Mountain base. Which is kind of weird to think about, but it's still true. Sure hope you brought the magic power to this dungeon, because there's a lot of anti-fairies. And they're a great source of health in this place. Yeah, by the way, did you notice 12? Oh, I can never remember which one to do first. No. So it was first. God dang it. I couldn't remember it. It's so irritating. It's either the obvious thing, first and then second, or it's the opposite of that. The problem is that doesn't help me any. So it is the obvious thing. We want to do this way. Lots of anti-fairies. We're just going to ignore those. Just going to ignore those. Just going to keep going. Getting turned into a cat. Wow. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, we're okay. Everything's fine. Cannot believe I still have the frickin' level 1 sword. You see how long it's taking me to kill this trash mob? Because this is a trash mob, let's be clear about that. Like, that's not even one of the actually difficult enemies here. Probably not. No, go. They would probably die in orbit, and if their armor was good enough to survive orbit, then they would die immediately upon impact. They'd just be turbo dead. They would be squishified. Possibly liquefied. I'll try to get some more health back. God, I'm on kneels in this friggin' place. Like, check this out. What would happen is the armor would land, and they'd be like, yeah, you made it! High five! And then, like, the armor doesn't move, and they're like, what's going on? And they open up the armor, and there's just liquid inside. God, this is... Can I do this? Can I just kill these, please? Does this work? Oh, thank God, it works. Rid of that nonsense. Yeah, very brown and red liquid. What's this? Oh, nothing. Okay, so how many of you even know that the Mimic Cave exists? And for those of you who know the Mimic Cave, well, congrats. But, did you know? There's a cave right here, and the only way to access it is halfway through what's supposed to be the second to last dungeon in the game. I don't even remember what items in here. Does anyone know what's in the Mimic Cave, like, you know, in the actual vanilla game? Because I don't. I don't think I've ever gotten this in the actual vanilla game. It's one of the most requiring items chests in the entire randomizer. Like, to get Mimic Cave, you have to have access to Turtle Rock, which means you need to have the hammer, you have to have hammer, you have to have one of the spells, it's random which one, so you have to have one of the spells, the hammer, the pearl, you have to have the cane of Samaria, you have to have the fire rod, you have to have at least one small key for Turtle Rock, you have to have the mirror, you have to have the bow. I think that's everything. Compass of Ganon's Tower. Thanks, game. Remind me to tell you a story when we get to Thieves Town. I'm still missing the big key for Thieves Town, so that's kind of frustrating. A map of Thieves Town. Thanks, game. Please give me a sword upgrade, please. Or a shield upgrade. Actually, right as of this exact moment in time, a shield upgrade would actually be more useful. Nobody's got time for physics. Physics are lame, and boring, and dumb. Well, we now have the Master Sword. There are now 2 items we could go get that we couldn't get before now. No, really, the Master Sword unlocks 2 items, both of the books. I went the wrong way. Damn it. This might suck a little. No! Okay. Oh god, I'm actually a little lost. Okay. There we go. I mean, I have no idea it's active. None of them! Or, conversely, all of them! Okay, so this is one of my favorite rooms as a kid. For no good reason. Now, you'll notice that's a key door, and we have no key right now. It is possible that we, literally 2 rooms before the boss of the dungeon, may have to turn around and leave. Unless one of these chests contains what we need. That's the shovel, which gives us 1 item. Bombs, which gives us nothing. And we're also out of magic, which really sucks. So we're just gonna eat that on the chin there. Yep, that's our life. Small key for pod. Okay, so we need 2 keys for pod to progress there. But we just got 1 of them. So this is our last chance to get a key in here and not have to turn around and redo the entire dungeon. God damn it. Nope. Okay. Well, let's go see what one of the Master Sword unlocks is. So we just did all of Turtle Rock except the boss. We actually swept, except for the boss. Now we did get the Master Sword in there. So if one of these 2 Master Sword items is worthwhile, then yeah, that was the correct choice. If it wasn't, well, you know. Also, I love the idea of Magus using the Master Sword, a weapon specifically designed to hurt evil. I'm sorry, this sword would hurt him. He is an evil person. He's not that evil. You know, there's worse than him. But, like, this is not a good person. Oh, right, we gotta use the book. Hurt piece. Okay. Hang on, there's actually 2 items we unlocked, I just realized. So let's go get the shovel item. Just because we can do that. Actually, yeah, Blades of All. Very similar concepts behind both of them. The difference is one of them has a sentient entity inside of it that kind of gives it a lot of its power, whereas the other one has a two sentient entities, excuse me, inside it that give its power. Oh yeah, you want to see something really dumb? So I showed you the hammer trick earlier, right, where you can sprint while hammering at the same time. Well, now we can finish Sweep Thieves Town. That's actually really good. That's really good. So now we can sweep Thieves Town. Anyways, so I showed you the hammer trick, right? As a reminder, for those who haven't seen it, you can do something like this. And if there's hammer stuff in the way, you actually knock it all over. Well, there's another one, too. Now, what's really funny is this is a glitch. This glitch has been fixed in the modern version. So, you'll notice we didn't get anything because technically, according to the game's logic, we didn't actually tunnel anything. Or we didn't dig anything. But we could just be like, nah. Anyways, sorry, that just cracks me up. Okay, so let's go get that. Yeah, it's purely cosmetic. It's just for kicks. It's just for kicks. I need to go this way time. The hammer dash does not hurt enemies, no. Well, I just had a bomb stolen. Thanks, like. I mean, the reason they fixed it is because it was a glitch. There are very specific circumstances which you can glitch out the game by doing the item damage. Because you can do it with any item, and you shouldn't do it with anything else. It's okay, we have a level 2 sword now, which means we still have a weapon weaker than our hammer. When we get to the level 3 sword, we'll actually start having a reasonable purpose behind using our sword again. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? 10 arrows! Very worth it. Very worth it. Let's go do Thieves Town. I mean, we did get the big key for Thieves Town. That was actually worthwhile. I also want to tell you a story when we're in here. Whoops. I can't tell you the story yet. I'm saying this out loud to remind myself. Oh yeah, no, the magic stones were completely useless. Sure, glad thing I got the Master Sword, because it was very worth it. Oh, a randomizer is much faster if you're just bulldozing for the end of the game. I'm getting all items, so I'm kind of 100%ing. And you notice I'm still just blazing through this. We're only 4 hours in. Okay, so I got all 4 up front, which means I need to go this way. Congrats, Reggie! By the way, fun fact, the drop rate on those has been massively increased, specifically on the console version of the Pixel Remasters, aka the most modern Pixel Remaster version. Well, the Master Sword is the level 2 sword, so no. Now, we can just go do the boss right now, but obviously we're here for items, so let's go do items. Yeah, there's the Fighter Sword, which is the one you get from your uncle at the very beginning of the game. There's the Master Sword, which you get after doing the first 3 dungeons. Then you can temper it after you get the second gauntlet out of this dungeon, actually, which then allows you to do more damage, and then you can get the Butter Sword by throwing it into the Wishing Well, which gives you the most damage that is possible from a basic weapon. To my knowledge, it is called the Fighter Sword. Last I checked. Yeah, these frogs, by the way, do tons of damage. You learn weird things when you go into these dungeons with the level 1 armor, and, you know, you're not supposed to be that low on armor and health at this point in the game. Big Key 4, Ice Palace. That means we can sweep Ice Palace now. Alright, how many of you had trouble with this puzzle back in the day? And you're probably thinking, oh, it's because you were a dumbass and didn't figure it out. No, I thought about it immediately. Through the bomb, it missed. And because it didn't open anything, I was like, oh, well, I guess that's nothing then. And I assumed it was nothing. And then I spent like an hour and a half roaming the rest of this stupid dungeon trying to figure out where to go because the solution I already run into and didn't realize it was the solution. I mean, the Master Sword being the sword is supposed to be a thing in lore, but the idea is that the upgrades it gets here are just upgrades to the Master Sword. So we have the initial sword, and then we get the Master Sword, and then we upgrade it, and then we upgrade it. Our piece. Alright, so story time. One time I was playing this. Now, I think I've already said this, but to be very clear, I actually enjoy 100%ing randomizers. It adds to the enjoyment for me to literally get all 216 chests. And I know where all of them are, just from memory. One particular time, I was playing this with Gary, and we were doing a one of our multiplayer ones, which means we share item pools. And I was staring at this door, and I didn't have a small key to get into this door. I had the big key, I had the boss, I had everything else. Finally, after quite some time, like we were at the point where we were ready to go kill Ganon, we're like, okay, let's just look it up. Because obviously I missed something somewhere. So we pulled up the spoiler file, checked it. So, for those of you not aware, in this room is a big chest. This big chest... this big chest, in that particular save, had that small key. Now, in the logic of the randomizer, that is correct, because I'm not locked out of anything. The only thing that I am being locked out of is the ability to access the thing I'm being locked out of. So it's just over in a corner, and it doesn't matter. But I was so pissed that I got 214 of 216 items that particular run, on a run where I was bothering to get everything, because it decided to lock an item behind itself. Real talk, since I knew I was going to be 100%ing this one, I was kind of expecting that this time around. Okay, who do you think the boss is going to be? Who do you think is going to be the boss? I'll give you a few seconds to type. It's blind! That is 3 blinds. That is 3 blinds we have fought. I'm actually shocked by this. I'm thrown. I'm playing badly because I'm so thrown that we're fighting blind again. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, Moldorm. We just keep getting Moldorms and blinds. That's like all our bosses this time around. That's true, Savicum. Jesus, 7 Moldarms. Oh my god. But that is Thieves' Town swept. And I don't know if you noticed, we actually got a small key in there, which means we can sweep Pod. So let's go guess it's honestly just fastest to run from here. So we're gonna go Sweet Pod next. And I'm gonna try to, Justin. I mean, I'm obviously gonna fail because I'm not gonna beat the game in 12 minutes. I mean, Ganon's Tower alone would take me 12 minutes. So how many of you, I have a question. Something that was suggested at the beginning of this run was that we give randomizers their own category, because they just kind of don't work the same as other things, right? Thoughts? Well, honestly, there are several randomizers I'd love to cover someday. And as I've been going through this, I've been realized, you notice I haven't been stopping to put down points very often? That's because most of it's front-loaded. Don't mistake me, I have fun playing this again, but for the most part, it's like, well, here's the quality of life features, here's the options, here's the interface, here's the HUD. Yeah, there's some smart code on display, and there's some core mechanics on display, but that's kind of it. One of the only things left to really cover here is replayability, and honestly, that's duh. This is going to be a triple replayable game. There you go, boom. So, yeah, most of the actual review comes from the game, and very little of it is actually from the randomizer. So, really, the benefit there would be mostly the fact that we get to play more randomizers, which I admit I am in favor of. I don't believe so, Dream Whisperer, no. Because our usual approach to that is how they use the thing in question in the thing in question, right? I mean, yeah, essentially, Blade Travel. There's a lot that goes into making a good randomizer. Takoida mentioned this earlier, we're effectively playing the best randomizer right now. There might be one that has surpassed it since then, but I don't know about it. Let's do this. Let's just get these out of the way. Just get these... Oh, God! Oh, God. Go away. We've never really reviewed mods, but we have reviewed mods before, which I know sounds contradictory. We have reviewed usually total conversions or large-scale translation patches and stuff like that. But yeah, like Free Enterprise is something I would love to do a coverage of on camera. Whoops, I forgot. I did all that and I forgot to change the thing. Yeah, we did Enderall. That was a while ago, but we did do that. And we covered Breath of Fire 2, and I know there's another one. We also covered an LTTP mod a very long time ago. That was also a total conversion. Sorry, Gum Gum. I didn't know the word either. I apologize. I should have used my psychic powers. Whoops, 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 whoops. So since we have both keys, we can just go left first. So we're going to go left. There's the Ice Rod, which normally I would say we need to beat the game, but actually we might not. I realized earlier that because we're randomizing bosses, we may never fight the twin Rova boss. So we may not actually require that. But if we do, we now have it. We have access to beating that boss if they show up. Yeah, we're firmly in go mode at this point. We're still missing a weirdly large amount of keys. Ten arrows! Yes. Let's go get the last item from Pod, and then we're swept here. And then it's time to hit Ice Palace. Yeah, we still have the basic shield and the level 2 sword. Jesus. I love that I can actually show you what I mean by that with regards to... Because this was a really front-loaded seed. Like, we got a lot of items early on. And we still only have the level 1 shield and the level 2 sword. And that's a small key to Turtle Rock. So, in case you don't get that, the only thing we need to sweep Turtle Rock, the door 2 doors before the final boss, is a small key, which we didn't have. Now, the significance here is, when we were there, we did get one item, which was the shovel. And the shovel gave us access to Thieves' Town, and Thieves' Town gave us the keys we need to do pod, and the pod keys gave us the small key to Turtle Rock. So we actually had to follow that chain in order to get back here. But pod is now swept. 100%. Oop. Do we have the big key for Skull Woods yet? We do not. It's one of the only. It's one of the only big keys we're missing. We're also still missing a small key for Aghanim's Tower. Let's just go do. You know, yeah. Let's hang on. Let's just go do Turtle Rock. Let's just get it out of the way. It's the most irritating dungeon to even reach, and it's literally all we have to do is go kill the boss. Let's just go do Turtle Rock. Let's just go do Turtle Rock and get this over with. I'm not sure if we can finish Meyer yet. I know that sounds strange, but what I'm looking for specifically is if we have, which we don't, if we have the compass for it, which will tell us whether or not we have all the items in there. So I'm not sure if we finish Turtle Rock. I'm waiting until we get, Misery Mire. I'm waiting until we have the compass to double check that. And what's going to happen, because you can get a Misery Mire very easily, there's a warp point right to it. So you can just warp down there and zzz. So I'm gonna, as soon as I get that compass, I'm going to go poke my head in and see if we finish it. I did not, Paranoid Android. I'm sorry. Do you mind repeating it, please? My stupid self. If I ever needed to prove that I'm a good streamer, I just did it today, by the way. I know that sounds like bragging. It's not. It's just trying to remind myself that I don't completely suck. Because I want you to imagine having to read chat while chatting, while answering questions, while reviewing a game, while keeping track of all the stuff you have to do in a randomizer like this, while playing the game well. Yeah, no. Point proven. Let's get this done. See you around, Justin. Favorite Zelda final dungeon? That's a good question. So let's run through those really quick. So we got Death Mount in Zelda 1, which honestly sucks. So it's definitely not that one. In Zelda 2, I hate to say this, but I actually do like the Grand Palace in Zelda 2. It's honestly probably the best dungeon in Zelda 2, with the possible exception of the first dungeon. So at least it's a good dungeon, right? So thumbs up there. LTTP has Ganon's Tower, which is a labyrinthine from hell. And the best part about Ganon's Tower, especially in vanilla, is like 90% of it is skippable. So then we move on to Ocarina. Ganon's Tower, I hate Ganon's Tower and Ocarina. We talked about this when I was reviewing it. I am not a fan of those final freaking trials right before the end. I do like the actual tower itself, when you finally are actually going up the final thing. That's awesome. But I hate the trials right before it, so however you want to think that one. Majora's barely even has a final dungeon. So then I guess we'll hit Wind Waker, which also doesn't really have a final dungeon, so we'll just skip over that one. Twilight Princess has Hyrule Castle, which honestly isn't actually all that great. I hate to sound negative, but Hyrule Castle is just kind of there. So, not a great final dungeon either. Come on. Let's see. Four Swords Adventures actually has a pretty good final dungeon. Most people probably never even played it. That's totally cool. Help me out. I'm running out of Zeldas. I guess we have Hyrule Castle in Breath of the Wild, which is good. Whoops. We have Hyrule Castle. This is starting to sense a trend here in Minish Cap. Oh, shoot. Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna get hit in the face. Don't mind me. Just do a health tax here. I don't think there was a final dungeon in Skyward Sword at all. I think the Wind Egg counts in Link's Awakening, but I'll give you that that's a debatable. Listen, nobody's got time for lunch. Hey! Door get. What boss do you think it's going to be? Because we actually have a lot of options at this point. I'm thinking it's going to be Blind or Moldorm because it's the dumbest possible option. Whoever it is, we have all the items we need to fight them. Isn't that 3 Armoses at this point? I've had that happen before, Bladeable. I have actually had that happen before. It was very frustrating. Well, that's Turtle Rock sweeped. Never have to go in there again. Until the next time I do this. Okay. Well, what are we missing? We're still missing a big key. And we're still missing a compass. Let's do Ice Palace. We're missing a small key, a big key, and a compass. And that's kind of it. It's time to hit the palace because there's nothing else. No, the extant doesn't have AI, period. So I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about your question, Paranoid. Because, honestly, Ganon's Tower in this one's pretty legit. It might be my answer to you. Also, Hyrule Castle from Breath of the Wild. Both of them are really good. You talking about Zelda, Savicom? No, the reason she's still there is because we haven't done the 5th dungeon of the game, which is Aghanim's Tower. While we're here, we've actually had a couple of shortages. So let's just throw some money at the problem until it goes away. Just like in real life. I mean, that'd be cool, Savicom, but no. Fun fact, there is one item, exactly one item in the entire game, which is locked behind Aghanim's Tower. Can anyone guess what it is? Without knowing. Just walk away. It's actually a toggle setting. It's a setting. It's a setting. So there's a very specific route for doing it. This place is a maze, and it loops in on itself, and a lot of those loops are one-way only. There's an optimal way to do this, and then there's an optimal way to do it to get all the items. I know the former better than I know the latter, so we'll see how well we do here. Oh, right, we have a junk weapon. I keep forgetting about that. No, what I mean by that, Mr. Red, is what's like the slot? What's the thing that Aghanim's tower unlocks, is what I'm asking. When I say item, what I mean is item slot, to be very clear about that. Don't mind me, just bombing everything to death here. So shield is still not the answer I'm looking for, because it doesn't work that way. It's okay, just give up, Mr. Red, just give up, it's fine. Hi, Evo. It is always nice to see you. If we actually get to do Aghanim's Tower, I will show you what it unlocks, because we'll get the item. Race ROMs don't have spoiler logs. I actually disagree with that. Ooh, crepes. Pixar, it didn't happen. Okay, hang on, I gotta concentrate a little bit. Because this room sucks! Oh my god, this room sucks. If it's not obvious, the conveyor belt is actually moving back and forth. Okay. I did not see the Elements movie, and I never will, maybe. Why do you ask? One heart drop from all of that. Sure. Okay, so first we want to kill these two. Get that item open. It's a small key 4. Pod, which we have swept. So, actually useless. This is the key we skipped, by the way, using that trick I already pointed out. Okay. I'm sorry, Reggie. It was all my fault, because I'm secretly the Fire King, not the Lich King. My bad. Heart piece. We actually could beat the dungeon right now. But, like I said, we're trying to sweep for items. So, open the door. Here. And get locked into a place. I'm actually the Lich King, too. You know how back in the days, kings would have multiple titles? It's kind of like that. It's kind of my job to gather all the kingly titles. Just all of them, really. Physics. Ice physics. Oh, God. Hang on. Now I gotta wait. Okay. Let's go make this work. That's true, Mr. Red. All I am is, yeah! I must be King of Kings. Which is actually literally what Emperor means, so whatever. Hey, Evo. I'm a cat. That sounds terrible, Zactaf, but honestly, I don't really care. I always liked the idea of turning Pepper into Tony's One True Love. Like, I thought that was actually a good move, in my opinion. No, Evo, it's literally a debuff. You are incapable of doing anything other than taking damage while you're hit by that. My point I was trying to reach is that in the comics, that's not true. That was something they added for the MCU. Which is what I like. You know, I was with that. I'm pretty sure there is, like, a cat cosmetic. Now, hang on. I'm going to do a save state, because... Okay, no, I was right. I was right. Now, you got sure I'm kind of going off of muscle memory here, because, as I mentioned earlier, the Ice Tower is a maze. Small key to Castle Tower. We can go do Aghanim after this. We're playing as Magus from Chrono Trigger, just for fun. It's my favorite one. There's actually several cosmetic things. Oh, yeah, speaking of which, I need to give it Cosmetics Plus, because it gets one. And that's actually Ice Tower swept. We can now go and beat the boss. That's everything. Listen, money's cool, Mr. Red. That would be cool, Dream Whisperer. But they probably have to do it for, like, that animation, and I'm not sure how they would code that. Oh god, Evo. Everything. Just everything. Go rewatch the very, very beginning of the VOD, because I spend, like, 10 minutes explaining what randomizers are. I'll give you the short version. Because, you know... Oh yeah, by the way, you're supposed to do this whole other thing, or you can use that cane to progress. Now, the reason that's significant... Hang on, let me talk about that. The reason that's significant is because you're technically supposed to do this dungeon before Misery Mire in the logic of how the game is designed. I've never done that because nothing prevents you from doing it this way. You know, doing Misery Mire before doing Ice Tower. And Misery Mire's item makes Ice Tower better. There's literally a whole other section. Whoops. Which you can't really see on the map. Over there, which we're not doing because we have the frickin' cane. But yeah, what can it do? Yes, is honestly kind of appropriate. So before we go down, what do you think the boss is? Well, I write down a plus to gameplay. Blind. You know... Yeah, it's Blind, Armos, or Moldorm. That's been, like, our bosses. Have we fought a boss that isn't one of those? I'm not sure we have. It is... Oh. Vitreous. Holy crap, it's a new boss. Oh, that's right. We did fight Cold Stare. I actually forgot about that because we got locked on that because we didn't have the. Well, we could technically have beat her, but oof. This boss kind of sucks with this little damage output. You can literally one-shot this boss with the light arrows, by the way. And Vitreous is an endgame boss, so he's got a ton of health. That's how much damage the frickin' light arrows do. I'm a little sad I couldn't show you the light arrows in action. They're probably in Ganon's tower. You don't actually need the light arrows to beat the game, though, so... You can damage Ganon without them. honestly, one of the best bosses to get early on is Blind. He is pure execution. No gear does not really matter for him. Shield upgrade! Sure. The shield upgrade we just got isn't really all that worthwhile. It is the third shield that's actually pretty useful. Ironically, the boss we just fought is another decent pick for early on. He's very easy to dodge. He just takes a while. So that's Ice Tower swept. Yeah, let's go... No, we're not going to stop for lunch. Who needs lunch? We're going to go do... We're going to do Aghanim's Tower. We're going to do Aghanim's Tower. Because it's one of the only things we haven't done yet. There's got to be something there. Like, there's got to be something there, right? Right? Ten arrows! Go ahead and get some health while we're here. That's right. I live and breathe for vengeance bombs! I mean, there's a lot of junk we could get at this point. If you're wondering why I keep doing that on the side, it's because the middle of that path has a portal to the Dark World, and I'm actually trying to get to the castle, not the Dark World, so... No, the fairies canonically, like swirl around you and sprinkle some of their fairy magic on you, and it heals you. It's one of the reasons why when you use a fairy in most games, the fairy literally flies around you and heals you. We actually have the Master Sword! Check it out, we can kill the thing! Okay. Take two. I've already done most of this, so we can just kind of zip through here. Hey, Yada. Moment here. Although you didn't put that towards anything, so thank you, as always. If you want to put that towards something, up to 3 things, please let me know. Otherwise, death. Or, you know, dealer's choice. Also known as stone. Not that you'll get that. Grab real quick for 1 second. I'm facing the wrong direction. So, small key. Hey! So you can use the cloak to become invisible and just slip by without any worry. Oh my god. I really do not like fighting these guys with no weapons. Yeah. Or no good weapons, I mean. Yeah, I've actually done a near swordless task of this game. So, I know a lot about how to not use the sword. Gary has made the joke several times that that's why the game keeps giving me low sword runs. Is because I've literally done a pseudo-swordless task of Zelda LTTP. So I've got the experience. I know what I can use where. You killed me! Yes, that's right, Eva, we've actually killed you several times. Both of you. I think it was actually 3 of you, but there's only 2 I really remember. Because I really had to talk you through this one. And then you did a great job of it. No joke. You, like, nailed it. It was great. The horror. I wanted this whole scene to be really horrific, and you did a good job with that. So we're just gonna do this. And, you know, just while we're here. Palace of Darkness key is underwater. Yeah. And then we're just gonna do this. Look, red mobs have a lot of health, okay? And we have a level 1 sword. Or 2, excuse me, a level 2 sword. So... Gonna refill a little bit here. You know, Reggie, I think I saw one last tree in your neighborhood that's still up. Hang on, hang on. Found another tree. Found another tree. Okay, I'm done burning your neighbor. Not funny to make them drop to their death, anyways. So, boss time. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to set Canada on fire. That's me. Alright, so quick. Where's his face? Where's this face? To this day, I have trouble seeing that sprite correctly. Oh my god, it's actually him. Oh yeah, 1. Count with me. 1. This is extremely random. 2. When I say extremely, I mean extremely. There's no bad luck protection here. You can go huge swaths without getting a proper orb. My worst luck is like 19. 3. We're actually doing pretty good so far. 4. 5. 6. 7. He's at 1 health, I'm pretty sure. Oh, nope, I was wrong. Oh my god. 7 is, believe it or not, only below average luck. 5 is average. God. Okay. So I promised I'd tell you what the unlock slot is. Oh, right. Well, first of all, we spawn here now. So that's actually kind of irritating to get around. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I forgot to mute myself. We want to be down here. What's funny is I know this is a small key. I've already peeked at it. It does change how some of the end... So, when you kill Ganon, it changes how the Light World spawns work. But most of that is stuff that doesn't matter to us for a randomizer. It's just whatever. However, one of those spawn changes opens up access to an item that we didn't have access before. And if you've already guessed it, it's because it's only like one screen away at this point. The whole game, there's been these lumberjacks working on this tree, and they give up and go away, so you can finish the job for them. But it only shows up once you've killed Ganon, so this is the only item locked behind Ganon, right here. No, not the fairies. This. Hyrule Castle small key. Okay. Okay. We still don't have the big key for Skull Woods. What we do have is this. So... And no, he will not, Sabacon. Sorry. Okay. So, there's two crystals that are called the red crystals. If you've been paying attention, you can see them right there. You see how two of them are red? Which ones of the red crystals are randomized in the randomizer? In the vanilla game, I think it's Mire and Turtle Rock, specifically. You know, the last two you're supposed to get. You're probably thinking, well, what does that unlock? Well, it's kind of like the Aghanim thing. It changes the world state a little bit. So the enemies get a little bit meaner. And there's a slightly different spawns here and there, but there's one specific thing that's noteworthy in terms of how different it is. And that's this guy. He now sells the giant bomb. Most people consider this mandatory to beat the game. It actually isn't. So let's not get into that. Even in the vanilla game, it's not actually mandatory. It's just a pain without it. So we're going to go and do it, because we're 100%ing and all that. Also, for those of you who played Link Between Worlds, that room should have looked rather familiar. Back when I was a kid, I used to have the hardest time getting this bomb here. No, I paid for it, unfortunately. I think it cost like 100 rupees, something like that. I used to have the hardest time getting this bomb here, because if you take any damage, or if you hit A at all, you drop it immediately. And it was my instinct to constantly hit A, because A is how you Pegasus. Sword upgrade. And a map for Desert Palace. Well, we're up to Tempered at least, so we're going to start actually having a worthwhile sword. Two items I still need that I still don't have. Whatever. That means there's only one place left to go. Ganon's Tower. And yeah, the fact that I'm already at the last dungeon is one of the reasons I'm just going to keep pushing through this. I still don't... So, okay, what's missing in the mire is I'm not sure if I swept the mire. And the only way I could check is if I have the compass for the mire, which I do not have. So we're probably going to get the compass in Ganon's Tower. I know I have the compass for Ganon's Tower, so I can tell if I got all the treasures in here, which is good. Because Ganon's Tower is the dungeon I know the least. There's a lot of items in Ganon's Tower. There's like 25. Now, you may or may not notice, we don't have the big key of Ganon's Tower yet. So there's another counting game that we like to play for this. It's, how many chests do you think it's going to take us to get the big key in Ganon's Tower? The optimal would be 1. We get the big key, and then we could immediately go to the end of the game. Obviously, we're 100%ing, so we're not going to do it anyways, but it can be quite a few. We can be quite a ways into Ganon's Tower before we actually get that. The good news is we will not have to double dip. The game's just not programmed that way. So, once we're in Ganon's Tower, we're going to sweep it. Now, there is still the possibility of items being locked behind themselves, so we may fail at getting 100% items. We'll see. There's no rock, which we're never going back to again. Screw that place. We've done Turtle Rock twice. Oh yeah, there's the Lionels in this game. Lionels go back to the original game, but they're only in the one spot here. Chocolate. Soda is just... ugh. I've answered that like 5 times, Von Falkerson. I'm not answering anymore. We're done! Okay. Wish me luck. Let's start counting. 27, excuse me, there are 27 chests in here. So... 1. I do not consider tea soda, no. 2. 3. 4. This is a mean room. It's got the tiles. It's got an anti-fairy. It's got a thing that turns you into a helpless form of yourself, a bunny, in the vanilla game. And it's got a hand grabber. Oh yeah, it's also got turrets. Yeah, you turn into a bunny. Here we turn into a cat, but I've already showed you that. Can't even open chests like this. 4. Okay, so we're gonna go this way now. Oh my god. Five. 6. 7. Small key for here, by the way. You missed that. 8. I see several people have already lost this particular guessing game. 9. 10. talk more about the design of this dungeon when we do the actual review. All you need to know right now is that this is a brilliantly designed dungeon. It's one of the reasons why I listed it as one of the best last dungeons in the Zelda series. If not the best. 10. Jesus. Okay, so how many of you know what the randomizer room is? Don't lie to me, you don't know what the randomizer room is. So the randomizer room is right here. There is absolutely no reason to go in here for any reason whatsoever unless you're on a randomizer run. There's nothing here. Except for a bunch of completely pointless chests. There's the butter sword. This is why it's called the butter sword, by the way. 11. 12. 13. Oh! Oh, no! That's the Skull Woods key. Okay. 14. Damn, 13 is actually pretty good luck, but we didn't manage that. Okay. Continuing. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Pay attention, Laura, pay attention. By the way, called it that we'd get the butter sword in Ganon's Tower. I am surprised we got the tempered sword before this, although, in fairness, we had to get the frickin' the red bomb in order to get the tempered sword. Look at it, Eva. Oh god, we don't have the big key still. Oh my god. Okay. Right. Okay, hang on. I gotta think about this. Okay. I mean, the butter sword has a great sound effect, does tons of damage, and honestly looks cool. It's supposed to be golden. It's supposed to be glowing golden. That's the idea. And I think it looks cool, and it's probably getting, like, added in with the viscerality positive we will be giving this game when we get there. Fine. We'll do it this way. I don't remember what the path is. It's been too long. I don't know if the butter sword has an official name. I mean, I'm sure it does. Because fighter and temper are actually the official terms for those swords. Golden, maybe? Holy? I don't know. I do not know. 15. Yeah, it's probably golden sword. Someone could Google it. Oh, right! So these bosses can be different, too. Unfortunately, Mothula there is completely pathetic without, you know, the spikes and the conveyor belts. So that means we have 2 other randomized bosses coming up. 16, 17, 18, oh my god. We're officially at the point where this is not, you know, below average luck. I don't think there's anything up here, but we'll double check. Yeah, no, just some fairies. Be free, fairies! And we still don't have the friggin' big key. So now we gotta go on the right side, is what that means. Oh, jeez. Okay. It is possible for it to be in Skull Woods. That is possible. Double dipping in Ganon's Tower sucks. It's the worst dungeon to double dip in the entire game. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and go to the right side. Because there's a whole portion of this dungeon I almost never do. Unless I'm doing a randomizer. Well, actually, even that's not true. Unless I'm doing 100% randomizer. Because this way leads to pain. See you around, Not02. Thank you, as always, for your presence and your contributions. Okay, so let's get a few things out of the way before we do this room. As you can see, the butter sword does noticeably more damage than everything else. That's... yeah. It's a pretty good sword. What do you want from me? Also, getting hit with the hand in here turbo sucks. So we're going to try to avoid that terrible, terrible fate. At any cost. One time I went into this room. No, that's the Desert Palace compass. And got stuck. Basically ended up hitting the portal by accident because something knocked me into the portal. Before I got these chests, I was not happy about that. Small key to Misery Miter? That's strange. And there it is. 22. Jesus. That's really bad luck. The 22nd of 27 items. That's terrible. Almost the worst luck possible. Did you see that? Technically I was still there, so I got hit again as I was plummeting to my death. Thank you, Evo. I am very good at LTTP, like, relatively speaking. And, of course, I'm very good at randomizing this game. As I pointed out earlier, you know, I'm paying attention to chat while paying attention to the game, while reviewing the game, while paying attention to the randomizer. I think I can take a flex on that. Okay, so... we still don't have that compass. That is bonkers. Okay, whatever. Let's go up. I think I got all the treasures in the lower area. We'll find out, because we've got the counter. Yeah, now that... what's funny is you probably thought the rooms we just went through are mean. And while you're right, no, now is when they get mean. Here's a room full of spikes and the frickin' mimic enemies. I mean, the only type of randomizer I enjoy is the open world variety of randomizer. But if you mean, like, other open world randomizers, yeah, there's several. FF4 Free Enterprise, the FF6 one, the Chrono Trigger one, the Super Metroid one, the Super Metroid and LTTP one, and the Ori and the Blind Forest one are the ones I know of. Oh, I agree completely. When we review LTTP, the actual game, I think it's going to score quite well, even on the visual element. But of course, I think that I've spent several times literally comparing this game to... comparing other games to this game. Let me say that more correctly. I hate this room. It's relatively simple, but I hate this room. It's easy to bug out, though. Yeah, dang it. I pulled it too far. Anyways. Now, more of that. This time with lasers. Too early. Ori Rando's fun. They do some cool stuff. If you're wondering why we bother with the big key, it's actually for that door right there. Obviously, we're trying to get everything, but, you know, that's the specific we need to be able to do this to progress reason. How many of you have ever seen this crack in the wall down here and thought, how do I get down there? But at this point, the silver arrows are probably going to be in the consolation chest. Or, the confirmation chest. Because that just seems to be my luck. Either that or they're going to be in the frickin' Skull Woods. One of the two. So, the best way to get through these rooms is by burning Canada to the ground. No, I actually did figure that out for myself. It's the dumbest way possible. Because, you remember how I showed you how you could get into Misery Mire early? Even if you don't have the hookshot? Well, I was like, hang on a second, and I remember that trick, and I just pulled the same trick again. I was like, ah! And it's clearly the game knows that trick exists because that room exists. And to my knowledge, that's the only way to get over there. Hey, Crazy Nurse, no, we haven't taken a break. No breaks for the weary. Work until you die. And then get raised again. So, you know, keep working, obviously. I mean, if you don't have a job, clearly you're completely worthless. I am definitely the kind of person to think such a toxic and disgusting attitude. Okay. So this is another boss that actually requires an item to do. As you can see, the game does not like having this many objects active at once. They're all lost and damned souls, being held by the king for his kingdom. He's not dead, game. Game, he's not dead. Anyways. Oh no, wizards. I cast die. Oh no, more wizards. Don't you mean death? No. One of my favorite rooms of the game. Excuse me. I'm wondering, why is this one of my favorite rooms of the game? Aw. Sometimes they fall right off. Sometimes they don't. I guess not today. I know people who still have trouble with the timing of this. Including me, actually. Ignore the fact that I did it first try. That's this luck. Beginner's luck. We still don't have the level 3 shield. It just occurred to me. Okay. Yeah, again, it's like, that's a great idea. I should do that next time. There's the compass for the Misery Mire. Okay, so we can finally check Misery Mire after all this nonsense. And I do believe that is now every chest, because there's this chest and then there's the confirmation chest. Which I'll explain what that is in a second. Yeah, once we get to it. There's the shield. And here is Mothula again. Poor Mothula. I'm so sorry. Here, let me end your misery. Come here, come here. So this chest that's about to spawn is functionally the last chest in the game. It is supposed to be the very, very, very last thing you get. It is the final chest of Ganon's Tower, and therefore the final chest of the game. Now, obviously, thanks to randomizers, that's not always true, but you get the idea. This is the chest you get to confirm that the run is valid. And it's the silver arrows. Wow. I kind of knew it was, because it was either here or in Skullwoods. Those were kind of the options here. But that means, for I believe the first time in my known history of randomizing this game, that the validation chest was actually worth a damn. But that is Ganon's Tower swept. We don't have to come back here. God, silver arrows right at the end. It's just the worst for luck. Oh yeah, just because if I don't show this off, someone will be upset. You can use the fish, the fly catching net to reflect the orbs. There you go. See if I can actually hit him once. Ooh, whoa, whoa, careful. Let's not die while trying to show off. Although, there, hit him with the net. You happy? Programming, I don't want to say glitch, but more like programming oversight. It became a joke after this, so in future Zelda games, it'll happen deliberately, but here, bug. Okay, so we're not actually going to do the final boss yet. We could, but we're here to get all the items in the game. And there's one I know we're missing, and one we might be missing. Hi, Tender Hydra. Just gonna live with low health for a minute. No, we have the butter sword. The bitter better sword, actually. Yeah, I'm just there, and they're like, oh god! I swear at some point I'll get some health. Like, statistically speaking, I will at some point get health. Surely. 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 There you go. By the way, do you notice the skeletons that are, like, trapped inside of the dead vines on the wall? Just pointing it out. Alright, so, this is one of the last, if not the last items in the entire game. What do you think it's going to be? Literally couldn't access this chest until Ganon's Tower. Final heart piece. I technically already knew that. Okay, so now we're going to this. Still don't want to do the final boss yet. I want to double check something. I'd be remiss if I didn't check, and I said I was going to. So we shall. Okay, you're dead. Well, at the moment, there are things I have not actually written down as having done, Green Whisperer. So we just swept Ganon's Tower, and we just swept Skullwoods. Let's see if we missed anything in Misery Mire. If we did, we get to go exploring, because I don't know what we missed. Fingers crossed. 7 of 8. There is one chest in here that we missed. I'm so despondent about it, I killed myself over it. So I'm missing a chest in here. Okay. This is the last item in the entire game. We're at 215 right now. I think after some thought, we won't do a second run of the rando. I think we've shown off the options and the idea pretty well. And you can kind of get the gist for a lot of what else there is available here. And we're dead. Ugh. I'm just kidding, we got a fairy. Always carry a fairy around at this point of the game. Thank you. Something that admittedly irritates me about LTTP is later on they started putting fake bombable walls on the wall. And it's like, don't do that. Don't put something that isn't actually there, you know? Southwest. Yeah, exactly, Blade Ball. Troll walls. Don't do that. It's worth noting, later Zelda games do not do that. So they took the hint. Well, do tell me how far you get, if you don't mind, Lord Aramon. Oh yeah, interesting little tidbit. This is immediately below the boss room, and there's like the slime gooshing in. Probably Blade Ball. Generally, if it's something like relatively harmless, it's probably better. Okay, let's do this, I guess. I'm just kind of guessing at where this last chest is. Chest is, by the way. Because I don't know where it is. Yep, nope, okay, left, and then up. I'm getting walked in on by my sister. Hi, sister. Okay, so let's light these. I'm being attacked. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Hard mode has been engaged. Oh Jesus, wait, not here, not here. Wait. Oh god. There's the chest, right there. That's the last one. Okay, that's every chest. 100%. Final boss time. Hi.
Hi.
What's up?
Well, it's 3 o'clock. This is when lunch is over, and we are supposed to start.
Well, let's go ahead and start after I beat the final boss. Right there.
Did you skip lunch?
Kinda, yeah. The Hemiptera are true bugs are... what? The Hemiptera are an order of insects covering 50,000 to 80,000 species, like aphids, cicadas, and shield bugs. Thanks, Ganon! I never would have known that.
Is he dead yet? Is that supposed to be Ganon?
Yeah.
Why does he have elephant ears?
Because he's a pig.
Why is...
I mean, he's a boar.
Why is he a pig?
He's a boar.
Why?
I don't know. I believe there's some Japanese cultural reason for it.
But he wasn't before.
Whoa! Did I refill my berries before I came down here? Yes, well, no, I have one.
Don't do that again.
Whoops.
you're not supposed to stand in the fire.
Look, I'm literally frozen when he does that. It's okay, we're on phase 3. This guy actually has like 6 phases for his attack. Believe it or not.
He's gonna break another row of wall. You don't want to get out.
Oh no, Silver, my one true weakness.
It would be hilarious if that was sarcasm.
I would, but no. Oh shoot, I missed.
Why are you bow and arrowing him?
Because I suck. I'm in too much of a hurry, that's the problem.
Why are you in a hurry?
Because you just popped in here like, oh! It's really easy to die on the last boss. Like, legitimately. In fact, I'm actually about to die on the final boss. And, yep, okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna deliberately fall.
That's not my fault.
No, we lost. We no longer are physically capable of beating the fight. So we
Because
actually...
you only have 1 heart.
No, because I only have no mana. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna save and quit. Gonna refill our health a little bit. And then we're gonna save and quit one more time because I wanted to look at something on the menu screen.
Forgot.
And I forgot.
Hey, Salcom. Yeah, no, I
That's
will make him take a break and eat lunch. Your viewers are yelling at you.
Look.
They say rah rah.
Why do you say rah?
Rah.
It's really... And this is where Sysguard was. Hey,
Sysguard and Larry.
Yes. Larry! What are you doing to my chair?
It wobbles.
I know. Let's go refill on fairies.
Why are you killing the fairies?
I'm not.
How many fairies can you carry?
4.
You have 4?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
So
now...
what you're telling me is you go to the fairy thing and you're like, yes, all hail the fairies. Come here with a fishnet.
I mean, kinda, yeah.
That's
It's okay.
disrespectful.
They're very helpful.
Why do you still not have full hearts?
Because I have a lot of hearts.
Okay. So why didn't you stay in the fairy thing for a while longer?
Okay, now I have full hearts.
Okay.
Now I need full mana. Okay, so I just realized I did this in the wrong order, so let's release one of these fairies. Be free! Okay, so now I need the super, which I'm now going to immediately use. And we'll just grab another super, honestly. We've got the money for it.
Do potions take up fairy slots?
Yeah, it's all bottles. Bottles are, weirdly enough, like, levels is the closest equivalent in Zelda games. Like, you get stronger when you get a new bottle. That's not a joke. So, usually getting 3 bottles is easy. Getting a 4th bottle, in fact, usually getting 1 bottle is mandatory. Getting the 4th bottle is, like, super insanely hard. Like in this one, where you have to do the damn treasure chest quest in order to even get the 4th one, which just takes forever. Unless you know the trick, which I do, of course. Or in Ocarina of Time, where you have to do all of the giant pose. Ugh. I've only done that once ever. Or twice, excuse me. Final boss time. Again. Please don't do that. So I'm gonna need you. I mean, kind of Dream Whisperer. Damn it. He's a little bit further away from the wall this time. If you're wondering, all of this damage isn't just for show. He really does have a health bar. And he switches phases depending on how many hits he's taken, or how much health he has, excuse me. So, there is a benefit to just mashing on him and trying to get bonus hits in. Like this phase I'm going through right here, I'm essentially skipping his phase 2 by virtue of hitting him so much. Which is why I always try to go for that second little extra hit there. Damn it. I have, after all I've tasted Sabacom. Not that I would expect anybody to have seen that task. Oh, the randomizer? No. Ganon cannot fall now. In coding terms, he's actually hovering. Hang on, I need to pull out... Oh, I screwed it up. Oh, whatever. Whatever. And time. I screwed it up. Can you please break us 3 up? Thanks. So that was the LTTP rando. There's actually one last thing, and then we'll do the audit. So some of the ending was changed around a little bit. Yeah, the common parlance for randomizers is calling them randos. Oh. Heal, please. I mean, that's what the Sanctuary is there for, right? It's just to get free heals. I think I agree with the common consensus. Let's make our own category for randomizers. They're mostly for fun anyways. We'll put this down here in their own special area. Damn vultures. I mean, I could, Mr. Red. This is a seed I need to share with Gary. This is wild. Your uncle likes cash. Yeah, Dream Whisperer. If you're not aware of why it says that, it's because of the fact that the item that the uncle gave was rupees. Love for sale, because we got a heart piece from this one. Shrooms find secrets. I forget what the shroom gave us. No bugs. Wood fellets. Oh my god. Oh, the map. Yeah, that makes sense. Because secrets. Listen, you just gotta do shrooms. Sabacom. The key boy picks locks again. Oh yeah, I think he had a key. All of these are original sprites, except for me. I'm the only one that's changed. Venus Crescent Beam. I don't remember what we got. Oh, it was the boomerang, right. We got the freaking boomerang. Dang. The Dwarven Breadsmiths. Look, it looks like a thing of bread, doesn't it? Tell me it doesn't. Let's see. The Cartographer. Arthur. Good. Yeah, they're clearly working on a baguette. Gary the old man. Gary and I always found this funny. Oh, I do too, Von Falkenstein. What's funny is they've since retconned this to there being regular Zora, which is not these, and River Zora. Dancing Pickles.
Yep.
And the broken heart sleeps again. Forever! And the timing's off because of the randomizer. Okay, so we know the HUD. Game. Give me a sec. I'm using this time to go through the audit really quick here. I can't think of any negatives for this rando, honestly. There are a few randomizers I can think of a couple of negatives for, like the Ori one, for example. Or the, well, I don't know if that counts as a negative. There are games I can think of negatives for in this, but... Or randomizers I can think of negatives. But I'm not sure this one qualifies. How would you make dwarven bread on anvils? It's so strange. Let's jump over that. That doesn't count. That doesn't apply. These are up here. So, replayability? I'm joking. This is a triple replay. This is an easy triple replay. Ignoring the fact that I've done dozens upon dozens of these.
Ignoring the fact that you started this morning and ended this afternoon.
Yeah. This is a triple replay, no question. No, I don't think so, random. It should be just Paper Mario 1 and 2. Starting options in there. What's up?
My workplace has mandated that you have dual verification when logging into any of their Microsoft products.
Gotcha.
So I have to go get my phone, which is dying.
Gotcha. Well, you do have a plug over there still for your phone. Under all those clothes.
And the code, the thing. I think Bree likes the grass.
What is she doing?
She went out, sniffed around, found a spot, flipped over on her back, and scratched her back.
Oh. Okay, so here we go. So this is the stats. We got our sword at 5 minutes in. We got the Pegasus boots 26 minutes in. The flute 12 minutes in. The mirror an hour and 45 minutes in. Oh my god. We killed 7 of 13 bosses with the fighter's sword. 4 with the master sword. 2 with the gold sword. We took tons of damage. We used more magic than I normally do. 67 bonks. 35 save and quits. 1 actual death. I remember that. 2 fairy revivals. 21 minutes spent in the menu, and 18 minutes of lag time. $216 of 216. 5 hours, 4 minutes, 45.19 seconds. And it'll actually just so obviously most people don't 100%. So for the people who don't 100%, you can check that. And yeah, they check lag time. So if you're deciding to track how long it took you, minus things like lag time, in other words, in terms of game time, then you can do that. You can get rid of menu time and you can get rid of lag time, and then calculate your real time. It depends on what you care about. Different groups, different speedrunners all care about different variables. Some people prefer to use game time. Some people prefer to use real time. It varies because it can change your strategies in some cases. with regards to how you go through a specific fight. If you, for example, are fighting an enemy where lagging the game makes it much easier, like say Doc Robot in Mega Man 3, specific example, then you can use that strategy if you're tracking game time because you're not actually losing time. But if you're tracking real time, then you're losing time to beat the boss. Sounds like I saw something else while I was going through here. What was it? We covered options. We covered that. Mod support. Yeah, no. I can't remember what it was. It was something that struck me that might qualify. Oh, that was it. I would like to argue for a pacing positive. Good night, Crazy Norse. And I know that sounds strange to say that, but I think that it has to do with how the logic of the game works. The game encourages you to pretty much always be moving forward and always progressing. And I think that is good game pacing. Even though this was 5 hours of constantly doing something. Either you're getting to a new point or you're thinking about your new area, fighting through a section, doing a dungeon, etc. This is one of the reasons I kept comparing this to certain other randos, which in my opinion are not nearly as fun, because the specific distribution and the routing that is available is part of the randomizer and actually adds to making the game more fun, my opinion. Thoughts? Because it could be argued that that's more of a thing for LTTP than it is for the LTTP randomizer. Just like you could argue the exact same inverse for Ocarina and the Ocarina randomizer. But if anybody has any thoughts, this would be a good time to be like, I have thoughts, and then to stab me like right in the neck, just right there. Just you know. Anybody? No? Okay. Yeah, let's get some music going while I'm finishing this up really quick. I don't think I would like the Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer because it's a new game randomizer, and I'm just not into those in general. I can see it. Fuck that. Oop, 100%. Does nobody have notes? I had viewers. They're all gone. I lost all my viewers. They're like, ah, he's done. Moving on. No, exactly, Savika. We're kind of laying down case law right now. We're establishing how rando reviews will go. It's the only question mark. I've already finished it. I've already gone through the audit. There's not much to cover. The only question is, does the pacing count for the rando or the game? I mean, LTTP would get a pacing positive. Duh. It has very good gameplay pacing. But the question is, does the rando get gameplay pacing? I'm fine with either. Like I said, I'm looking for honest feedback here. Yeah, sure.
Didn't you get my best shirt?
I did. I'm still allowed to like it. What is that?
Read it.
Oh, I see.
It's a dragon.
Aw. Do you mind if I share it on?
I don't mind.
Okay. The dragon. See? Oh, I cut off his face there. Hello. I mean, gameplay pacing is completely different from story pacing. Gameplay pacing is about having good pacing in what you're doing. Story pacing is having good pacing in how the story progresses. Like they're completely different axes. Several people like it. Where'd you go? I lost you. There you are. Okay. Take it. Take it. I also saw your pictures. What were you sending me pictures of? Oh, you were texting me pictures. And
Lunch.
no, before that.
Lunch.
That was not lunch. What was it?
Lunch.
Oh my. He does look like a fairy dragon. It's my fairy dragon. Yeah, I'm kind of torn on this one. Let's go ahead and say it's part of the game. Let's do that. Let's say it's part of the game, and let's establish that case law right now. So we are not going to give the gameplay positive for pacing, which is the only question mark I have. Which leaves us with 0 to story, obviously, plus 20 to gameplay, and no negatives to gameplay whatsoever. Honestly, I actually really was thinking about it. I cannot think of a negative to gameplay for this
Do
one.
you mean to say that random facts about insects is not a plus to story?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be negative to story, the fact that it doesn't have one?
No. Negative to story is no story. That's just 0. No.
But you don't.
Now,
Okay.
granted,
So
this is
there's
the-
no positives to the story and there's no negatives to the story?
Correct, there can't be. It's a randomizer.
Okay.
It's actually the very first game we've ever covered that has... No, excuse me, the second... No, I'm wrong. The first, very, very, very first game we've ever covered that has literally no story. Because it can't. Yeah, it's kind of unique. Even Tetris can have pluses and minuses to story.
Tetris has a story.
It depends on the Tetris version. That's why I said can.
Tetris has a story.
I don't know what else to add to that. Anyways, so normally I just punch this into the golden number calculator, but I'm not sure it really applies the same way here. So let's just do it and let's just see how it takes it, shall we? This could be a thing. So let's just pump it in here. Remember, you can only put non-financial contributions towards one thing, Von Falkenstein. If you want to pick one of those things, please do. Yeah, I'm just going to put 0 for story. I mean, we've had games that have scored 0 for story before. You got it, Von Falkenstein. Give me 1 moment, and I will jot that down for the 1 and 2. And as always, thank you for being part of the show, Von Falkenstein. So we got 6.34, 0, 20. So, try to be surprised. That's 0 pluses to story per hour. This also means its gameplay ratio and story ratio are both 100%. Or more accurately, null and 100%. And this is actually funny. That means it's getting 3.15 gameplay positives per hour, which is actually gargantuan, if you're familiar with that. Yeah, that doesn't track. So I think we will go ahead and just do a little bit of adjustments. But for now, I'll go ahead and tell you the golden number for the guessing game. Yeah, let me pull up the guessing sheet here real quick. Did anybody guess? I didn't even check. Some people guessed. Okay, cool. Perfect. The golden number is 55.98, which means Diabeepus wins again. And Diabeepus is just weirdly good about that. It's starting to get freaky, man. Are you just... Listen, if you have a time travel device, just give it to me. That's all I'm asking for. Just give it to me.
I'd like one use of it, please.
She wants one use. I'm not sure what, but it's terrifying. All right, so it's not bad, but that doesn't scale right, if that makes any sense. So I think we will go ahead and put it over onto its own scale. Yeah, the zero story score is just straight up penalizing it. Are you comfortable admitting what you would do with a time machine on camera?
You know what I would do with the time machine on camera, but
Okay,
it's not an on camera.
That's what I thought. Just never know. Okay, so we're going to be playing some Mario Kart very soon here. I am going to grab a quick bite to eat and go wash my face.
I'm going to figure out the setting that is making this thing hard lock itself after like 5 seconds.
I mean, that's just...
No, go home.
But anyways, yeah, I'm going to chop off. We'll be back in a bit. We'll play more Mario Kart.
Display.
That's an interesting idea, Savacom. Hang on, I could actually emulate that right now.
Screen timeout, 30 seconds.
If I just do this...
Let's do 10 minutes.
That's...
It's a flying fish.
Where's the flying fish? Ah! That's not a bad idea, Savacom. I still like the idea of keeping them in their own categories, but that'll... I see what you're thinking there. I see exactly what you're thinking there. Because that'll effectively make the gameplay score the only score. That changes it up to 135.7. A little bit of a boost. Which would have meant Walker wins. So just to be nice, let's also put it towards what Walker. We have 2 winners. Putting it towards Tiny Can. There. Because I like that idea. I'm completely with you. I get the math. Let's do it. I'm still going to do a separate category, just like I do with MMOs. I'm being blue shelled. Like I said, we'll be doing some Mario Kart in a bit. I'll see you guys.